Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, November the 17th. Yeah, the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And just looking for a couple of thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Now, before I get into it, this could be an interesting one today. I think this is going public today. The symbol is SEV. Yeah, Sono Group out of Germany. Solar EV. Okay, I think they're going public today. I think I saw that they're going to be, it's around $15, so that's a pretty cheap IPO. That could be a really interesting one today. When you guys are talking about Sava, the saga of Sava continues. Yeah, look at that. Whoa, what a deep dive. No kidding. Wow. And there's your base way down here at 42. I'm sure there'll be some wild fluctuations today with this one. So, what else is happening? I know a lot of you are following this Prog, P-R-O-G. This is I guess I also read this is a meme stock. Prog is up. It's had a great couple of days. Well, yesterday was the big day. And now today is continuation. Great volume yesterday. Go EV. Go EV. Obviously an EV play. Go EV. Is it still hanging tough here? Yeah, it's sort of fallen back a little bit. 1368, 1207. I don't see any specific news for it other than the fact that it's it's an EV play. PAVM. PAVM is an earnings play gap down. A lot of room underneath. A lot of room underneath here. This could be interesting. It's underneath 4. Have to keep an eye on that one as a potential short. Another one is STNE. This is not near an all-time low, but I think there's a bit of a gap underneath. STNE is an earnings play. Let me take a look. Yeah, there's that gap on the monthly chart anyway. Yeah, so this has some possibilities. STNE takes out the low of the pre-market, which is around 27.50. TJX is an earnings play. TJX is an earnings play. And it's a gap up on earnings. Big gap up. Almost an all-time high for TJX. ARVL did a financing. ARVL did a financing. And so that is the reason. I'm trying to see what they're financing. I don't see the actual price, but it is a financing, so that's what says. Wait a minute. Why does it say it's up? Oh, there we go. A little delay. Down 13% on that financing news. IQ. Now, this could be an interesting one. One of those ones, I think it's near an all-time low, if not at an all-time low. It's very close to an all-time low. An earnings play, IQ, out of China. So this is another one of those near an all-time low on earnings. Has to take out 8 for me to get interested. You can see right there, yeah. If it takes, I'm going to put an alert around 788 and see if it takes it out. I'm hearing AVGR. Now AVGR is a cheap one underneath $1. It's starting to move off that 67-cent level. It's under $1 still, AVGR. Clearance, FDA clearance of Pantheris. And that is their drug, I guess, or device. NNOX, this could be another interesting one in terms of shorting a stock near their all-time low. Yeah, so this is just 1.8% above its all-time low. NNOX, it's an earnings play. Another is, an Israeli stock, NNOX. EYPT, boy, did this ever get active? On financing news, EYPT Did it hold? Yeah, it kind of held. I mean, it got up to 1574, so it's off $1. One of those ones again. They did a financing, and the financing's at 1375, raising $100 million approximately at 1375. So it's way above the financing price. $1.25 above the financing price. Wow, Sava is just getting kicked. Woo. Down to 48. Or just underneath 49. Lazy Boy didn't have very much volume. I think they released earnings after hours yesterday. LZB, yeah, they released earnings after hours yesterday. That's a nice big gap up. Wow, look at Sava. Oh, man. Not very much volume yet, but they released earnings after hours yesterday, so the volume, of course, will pick up once the market opens. But more importantly, maybe it gapped through the 200-day moving average. And when you look left on the monthly chart, there is some room for it to keep running. Same on the weekly chart. The next high is 39.10 was the next high. So we've got, I mean, Lazy Boy's got a lot of room. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I don't know what it's going to do when the market opens, but you don't have to worry about chart resistance. You know, I mean, there it is, $43 until the next high on the weekly chart for Lazy Boy, LZB. DLO is a gap down on earnings. The reason I looked at this one, yeah, I mean, look at this. This is not an all-time low, 24. It's 24% above the all-time low. However, look at the area that it is at right now, 40. So all that on the weekly chart, it's below that. The next low on the weekly chart is 35.82. So, I mean, this has got room. You know, I always say it's got room. I don't know where it's going, but at least you don't have to worry about any resistance, near-term resistance or support, if you're going to short this on the weekly chart. And MetaPlay, VRAR, they did come out with some news this morning. They announced augmented reality software, their augmented reality software. Signs a service agreement with a leading global social media company. Name unknown. So this is an all-time high now for VRAR. And the EVs are getting hit a little bit here. I'm still, I had to resist everything. I might start to add now, the LCID. I'm in at around 51 something, okay? So I got up to 62, but I'm long-term on this one. This is the LCID. Long-term could be several months. I don't know. I may start adding. How do you get multiple chart windows for one stock? Okay, so there's a question in our YouTube room. So if you left click on the chart, right click on the chart, and only two options, all right? If you click on properties, you'll see one of the options is symbol linking. You can either check it or uncheck it. So if it's checked, this is why when I click on an alert, all these time frames change because they're all checked, whereas the SPY does not change. STNE, guys, is really, this could be the interesting one. It has room underneath. It definitely has room underneath. It's an earnings play. Again, when we looked, I think the next area is around 9. I'm not saying it's getting down to 20, but I mean, there's your support, maybe. Lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers, over 2 million shares. What do you mean, what about STNE? What do you mean by that? I've just basically said it's an earnings play, and it's got a lot of room underneath still if it wants to keep moving down as a potential short. That's all he can really add. Again, I'm never telling anybody what to buy or what to sell. I'm just pointing out an opportunity. If it meets your trading plan, if you don't have a trading plan, you should get one. You know, figure one out. Well, STNE is definitely one. NNOX is another one. You know, whether they pan out, you know, we again just have to wait for the market to open. And then NNOX is just a little bit above the all-time low. STNE is not near an all-time low, but it's got a lot of room underneath. And DLO is another one. Again, it's not near an all-time low, but there's room underneath. A little more expensive, but there's room underneath. Just look underneath here. I mean, it's taken out all this on the monthly chart, so the next low is down here. If you look on the weekly chart, 39.42. So 39.42 is the next low on the weekly chart. We're at 40.70 right here. So it's not that far away from there, but if it can take this out, I mean, then look underneath. I mean, 30. I'm not predicting that's what's going to happen, but these are just very interesting if they really want to continue down, and it's an earnings play. IQ is another one, okay? IQ is just sitting above the all-time low, and it's another earnings play. 2.4% above the all-time low, so, you know, here it is down here. I'm waiting. I'd be waiting for. I have an alert set right down here. A price alert set just underneath 8 for IQ. This could be a little bit like the DM yesterday. The DM yesterday was another cheap one, but it moved down most of the day. All right, let me do a quick check, excuse me, to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. A little bit of activity for both. Let me get them in. Thank you, Becca, for answering, trying to help in the tech support area. This T&E continues down, guys. I don't think I mentioned SPI. Boy, ST&E continues down. After yesterday's disaster, CMP, a couple of more downgrades for it. That was a great AI alert. Okay, I'm getting the downgrades in now. STNE, guys, just keeps. I have text to voice on these gap downs, and I just keep hearing STNE, STNE. All right, there's some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Nope. I'm actually looking maybe to add it, John. All right, let's take a look at the major ETFs, major sectors this morning, see what's happening. So the market is going to open a little bit soft. You can tell right now the SPY is down a little bit. So let's take a look at the major sectors. Maybe get a glimpse of what is in store for the day. So, okay, so all the energy plays are down from yesterday's close, okay? This is the XLE, the major energy ETF. These are the stocks that make them up. So what that 100% means, that every single stock is down from the close of yesterday, or at least not positive, okay? Technology is about 50-50, financial about 50-50, and so there's nothing, healthcare is about 50-50. There's no rip snorting sector this morning to start off with. Okay, so that's, now of course this can change once the market opens, an hour into it. A lot of this can change, of course. This is what we're seeing right now, especially on the energy side. So if you're looking at an energy play, unless, and you want to go long, unless that stock has got either earnings or some news associated with it, and if this keeps up, you'd be definitely going against the sector. So you better, you might have to rethink that. Boy, EYPT is so strong off that financing. Of course, this was a crazy one 2 days ago. If you weren't here 2 days ago, you see this one got up to, I can't remember even what the news was, but it doesn't really matter. Somehow got up to $21, but it sold all the way off down to 14. That's where it closed, so up to 21. So basically it took a third off. Then yesterday, a bit of a down day. And now today, they've announced the financing. And the financing's at $13.75, so it's well above the financing price, raising, I think, about $100 million. But definitely keep an eye on SEV. I just want to do a quick check to see who is behind this one. It's a German company. I think it's like Solar EV. Let me just want to check to see who is behind this one. So here we go. So who is behind it? So really, this is Berenberg, maybe, obviously, I'm going to say obviously a German company, Craig Halpson. They don't have any huge, no, they don't have the Goldman Sachs or the Morgan Stanleys or anybody like that, but this could be really interesting. It's going to be very cheap, 10 million, so they're not issuing that many. So 50, we'll just have to see how it opens. So if you want to know when it opens, what I would do is just put SEV in your chart, the symbol in your chart. Obviously no trading yet. Just right click then and create a price alert. Create a price alert. Put like $1 or something. We know it's going to open $1 and then save it. When it starts to trade, your price alerts window. See what I've done right down there, SEV. So when it starts to trade, this price alert window, because I have it minimized, will pop up on my screen. Now this could be a really interesting one. 1 minute to the open, yes. What do you mean 1 minute to the open? What? Oh, I see. Sorry, my eyes are a little blurry this morning. I did not, Becca. Yeah, listen, YQ is not up this amount, okay? This is they've done a reverse split, a 1-for-4 reverse split. So our data provider has not picked that up. Just so you know, Zach. They did it. No, that's okay. I saw the same thing because it's right at the top of my active list. And I thought, wow. But then I saw it's done a 1-for-4 reverse split effective today. It's just that our provider has not picked up on that yet. All right, guys. So, what time is it now? 9:26. DLO continues down here, guys. Earnings play continues down. It's the float, 74 million, so it's not high, it's not low. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I let things kind of settle down a bit. Unless I take an early short just before the market opens, just because I want to make sure I can get the short. Sometimes when these stocks are down over 10%, you can't get a short where you want it. I'm not sure what I'm going to do today. I might wait for the market to open. I'm telling you right now, if STNE had been right down here near its all-time low, I probably would have been in it right now. Well, I have been. Yeah, I have been, Keg. I'm just not ready to do this one. The other one that I'm really interested in is the IQ, but I don't think it's below 8 yet. Yeah, see, it's a little pop up, but I've got my alert set down here. Again, and actually, you know what? This will be easy to get because it's only down 4%, so I won't have to worry about the uptick rule. I think he knows that. I think he's just commenting that I get short. I take. Boy, look at that STNE. I mean, I'm not probably going to regret the fact I did not take the short in the pre-market, but c'est la vie. Yeah, I did see the ONON. I did see it had an upgrade this morning. Also, I saw it was down a little bit weak this morning. This is an IPO from here. Yeah, Credit Suisse has a $49 price target on them, up from 38. All right, 1 minute to the open. Thank you. Well, let's have another great trading day, everybody. Today is Wednesday, so let's midweek. Let's have another great trading day, man. Still have some earnings plays. I'm surprised we have still quite a few earnings plays. I didn't mention this one, but Starbulk, SBLK is an earnings play also. I didn't really mention it. I think there might be too much resistance nearby. All right, we are now open. So let's wait and see what happens. Again, yeah, typically I do not trade in the first 15 unless I've taken an early short, which I have not today. I'm probably gonna regret not being in the STNE at some point, but we'll see what happens. I want to see it maybe base a little bit. And yeah, so we have a bit of a weak open. SPY's down a little, Dow's down a little, NAS is down a little. Nothing dramatic yet. Big bounce for Sava, guys. Look at that bounce for Sava. We knew it was coming. Just a matter of, can you time it? I mean, look at that bounce. 45 to 51. No, there's the STNE. Well, again, I'm going to probably regret not having taken that one. Yeah, I mean, oh well. But I mentioned it. Some of you might have dove into it immediately, in which case you're doing okay. And I mean really okay. Hey, look at the VRAR. VRAR, wow, VRAR. Meta play, guys. This is a meta play. And look at the Prague. Yes, Ija. Yes, Ija. Yes, Ija. So the Prague had a nice. This is a meme stock. I read somewhere where I guess the WSB guys are all over this one also. So this is a meme stock. Interesting, because it's certainly not a low float, and it's not like a high short float percent, but for whatever reason. Didn't really see this one in the pre-market. I'm not sure why, but VIR, guys, VIR. Nice gap up now, 10%. It's on an earnings play, but definitely having a nice look. Wow, and I mean wow. Look at the OZON on that upgrade. Holy smokes! OZON on the upgrade from Credit Suisse. I think they've already hit their so-called target. Am I looking at the wrong? Or I'm thinking the wrong one. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's not the same stock. I'm sorry. Anyway, OZON, nice move up. All right, guys. The NNOX is the other one I was looking at as a potential short. It's almost an all-time low. Breaks down through 20. Look out. ARVL is another one near an all-time low. It's on an earnings play, but it is gapping down. ARVL, another, not an earnings play though. I know some of you follow AMC. Look at AMC. Look at this little move here on some volume. It's just gone positive. Let me take a look at Bitcoin, BITO. BITO, what is it doing this morning? So still kind of flat. Had a rocky couple of days. Definitely waiting on some AI alerts. We had some great ones yesterday. Almost sort of the theme that I have. I mean, they were earnings plays getting trashed. Except for Playboy, PLBY, that was moving higher. PLBY, yeah, I guess maybe the bloom is off for a while. This is not going to be today anyway, a continuation after earnings. Another earnings play that has not so far. This is a very, very, very whippy one. Ion Q. What did it get up to in the pre-market? It got up to $28. That's a big drop down to 24. This is a very, very whippy one. EYPT, guys, it's holding. EYPT is holding. Again, a financing, so it's well above yesterday's, well, not well above, but it's above yesterday's high. It's about $1 above yesterday's high right now. And it's holding well. Low float, 25 million in the float. Now, a quick one, Zach. INM, yeah, you mentioned INM. I'm seeing it. This is the momentum. INM. Low float, Canadian stock. Where are you out of? Out of my hometown. Okay, INM. How's IQ doing? Oh, just as I said, how's IQ doing? Okay. All right, let's see what it does now, guys. We're almost at an all-time low. Okay, so this could be, so this is just a little bit, where's the all-time low? The all-time low is down here around 720-ish for IQ. So this could, as I said earlier, this could turn into sort of like the DM yesterday, just kind of drifting down. Again, I'm not telling anybody to do what I'm doing, all right? But this is all I'm seeing. And the NNOX now underneath 20, just touching 20. Here's one that was moving higher, JSM. Again, it's early, very early. Well, you know what? I mean, if this EYPT can base, it may not. It may. I mean, ideally, it would just kind of base a bit instead of jumping around so much. But again, it is early. But all traders are looking at is that 2 days ago, they got up to almost $22. That's all they're looking at right now, saying, "Wow, what if it can start to fill in this void here?" Oh man, look at the STNE. Well, I'm not in it. Getting close, guys. Actually, it's getting, well, not that. It still has $5 to go to that low on the monthly chart. And NEG, N-E-G-G. This is another active one. N-E-G-G. Any reason for it? Probably not. Look at the volume that came in. Low float, 11.2 million. Be very careful if you take it. That float is very low. As quickly as it goes up, it can even go down more quickly. So just be very careful if you do take it. Wow, STNE. Well, I know some of you took it. You know, I just didn't have the resolve that I should have to take this one pre-market. TRT, wow, TRT from yesterday and the day before and the day before that. Look at what a run. What a run this has had from 470 to 927. Almost a double in well, less than 2 days and 41 minutes or 11 minutes. Yeah, we got some early action in the option scanner. Well, if you have the AI, you know what its focus is on right now. If you have the AI, look at EYPT. What a great move off that financing. I'd be very careful on that one from the AI. You know, it can be very whippy, but you have to know the one I'm talking about. I'm not going to talk about it right now. For those of you who don't have the AI, not fair for those of you who do have it. No, man, look at that look at that IONQ, guys. All the way down to 24. Pop right back up to 27. Excuse me. EYPT over 16 now. Guys, I'm just watching that one from the AI, okay? And you probably know the one I'm talking about. Well, you know, there's only one that's really, really interesting. Look at EYPT. Wow. Sorry guys, I'm just concentrating on that one from the AI, okay? I just have to concentrate on it. And look at the IQ, yippee! Okay, the IQ is turning into maybe the little DM from yesterday. Yeah, the SCNE, you're welcome. Now, why didn't I take it? Look at Ion. Sorry, guys. I was really concentrating on this one from the AI. Yeah, it's just too definitely have to concentrate on it because this could have that utter collapse again. Yeah, STNE, man, oh man, guys, I know that was the one for today. I mean, look at this, right from 27 down to 23. Ay, 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 why am I not in it? Oh well, as long as some of you took it, that's really all. That's half the battle. There's the M. Wow, look at this Onon, ONON. This is the one I was talking about. ONON with the Credit Suisse upgrade to, I think it's the 49. So it's almost there. Look at the action this morning. Those of you following Peloton from yesterday, PTON from yesterday. They did another one that did a financing. I think it was at $46. It just ripped off that financing like nothing. Starting to fade now. Okay, IQ is just sort of drifting down. This is you got to know I'm short this one. Just wanted to see there is the next support area, maybe 716 or so. So we'll see. Come on, take out 49. Boy, it's a whippy one. Ah, all that talk, and I missed a great one from the AI. Ugh, a great one from the AI guys. I can talk about it now. There's the Tattooed Chef, TTCF, TTCF. It's an earnings play also. It's an earnings play. Released earnings after the market closed yesterday. No big reaction. No reaction this morning. Didn't even see it this morning. But look at this, TTCF. The alert was at 17.59, 18 now. Shoot. Well, because I've been concentrating on that other one, I've missed out on the NNOX. But so far, the three I mentioned pre-market that I was focusing on, STNE, NNOX, and IQ, are all doing it. I'm going to forget about this other one. Other one is too erratic for me. It's just too wait. It's just jumping around too much. And I'm talking about the Sava guys. Have to be easier, not easier, but better plays. It's just too emotional. I think it's just a too emotional a play. I got actually thumped, but some buyers are just going to start stepping in, unfortunately. Now later on, maybe, but right now it's just too jumpy for me. Meanwhile, because of focusing on that, I missed out on the TTCF. Oh well, IQ is working for me though. IQ is working for me, so I guess that's not bad. We're getting towards the end of earnings season. Next week, hardly anything is going to be out, but I can't wait for next earnings season. What a very simple, I guess I can call it like a strategy, but just, looking at these ones that release earnings that are very near their lifetime lows and just pouncing on them. This has been something that has worked, I think, over the last 3 weeks. And you too can do all that work in the pre-market. You don't need me to tell you, what to look at. Excuse me. All you have to do is take a look at my pre-market actives up and down, the gap up and downs. Check to see if it's an earnings play, especially on the gap down, and then just check to see where it is in the lifetime range. Have your single stock window up so you'll see immediately where it is. I know some of you just don't want to short. I can't help you. I can't help you mentally if you don't want to short. Now, don't tell me. Now, of course, the only tricky part can be if your broker doesn't have shorts. I can't do anything about that, but guys, look at the percentage move so far for IQ. I had my alert set at 788, right around here, 790. Sorry, shorted just underneath that. So from 790 down to 759. I mean, it's a great percentage move. I haven't even looked. My God, I haven't even looked at my option scanner. Okay, let's take a look what happened here. Go EV. The alert was at 12:03. I mean, this has got room. Look what it did in the pre-market. 1361. BRPM 1120. So this is not moved off that really. Excuse me. And SPI was early. 724. What did it do? Okay, you miserable. So I don't think excuse me, SPI, I don't think it did anything. Well, I shouldn't say that, man, oh man. I mean, the alert was at 724, chopped around a little bit, and then it popped way up to 770 before it really came back down. MULN. So this had, yeah, it was up in the pre-market, and what was the note I have about them? No, so they're debuting a crossover, an EV crossover, debuting I think today, MULN. Come on, Sava, take out that 48. I know you want to. All right. I know I said I wouldn't keep watching it, but it gave me that price alert, so earlier. Okay, I am just, of course, just watching my IQ keep drifting down. See if it can break through that 750 mark. Meanwhile, go EV. I know somebody said they were shorting it, pounding it down. Not yet. Not yet, anyway. You know, here's another one near an all-time low, guys. It's not an earnings play. I can give you this one. I just created, it's so simple. I just created stocks that are near a lifetime low. Okay, I did this last night. This is what I'm looking at. So here's my price range: 5 and 50. I want the current volume to be at least 2. So it's trading at least two times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum 200,000 shares, down at least 3% from the close. And this is the key metric right here. So it will be within 5% of an all-time low. Okay, that's what that means. The max 5. So it'll be within 5% of an all-time low. And what I should have done is, yeah, I should have added the that column. So before I give it to you, if you want it, position in the lifetime range. Let's move it over. So if there's just a little glimmer of white there, it means it's not quite at the lifetime low. Okay, but you can just sort of see these. There's the NNOX as an example. Okay, really simple to put that together, but I can give it to you. You can also do, if you're more interested in stocks making almost near the lifetime highs, you just flip the strategy. Not the strategy, it's just a top list. That's all it is. It's a top list. So these could be at a lifetime low or very near. Okay, that's why I call it nearing, but it could be. Shoot! I wanted Lucid to go down further. I wanted to take some more, but I may not get that opportunity. Hi, Chloe. Hi, Chloe. I hear you. Nah. I can't remember the last time I cheered when a stock I'm in went up. Or not cheered, booed it. All right, I know there are other things happening. Boy, that STNE, I mean, it's still weak. NNOX still weak. IQ still weak. No real bounces. No real bounces yet at all for any one of them. Man, well, you know what? As far as I'm concerned, IQ is maybe the best one. The reason I say that is on a percentage basis. I'd have to examine the STNE and the other one and an OX, but I mean on a percentage basis, look at this, guys. Look at it. I've never usually had a complaint about yeah, the audio, Cola. And because if there was complaints about it, I'd be hearing about it all day long. No pun intended. Wow, look at Lucid. Look at Lucid. I mean, you know, I really wanted this to go down to maybe touch that 50 level, and I was going to add, and for my long-term play, but it just didn't do it. All right, well, the Sava is, I mean, I'm in this one. I don't love it. I'm in it. You know, it's very bouncy. Just waiting to see. I want a big, huge collapse under 48. You know, I don't mind talking about it right now. Here is what the AI has looked like right now, okay? 49, there was a short for Sava. Not easy, though. At that price, at 940, 49, I mean, this was jumping up and down, so that's not easy. This was really the more ideal one. The Tattooed Chef, TTCF, 1759. And look what it did from the alert. Got all the way up to 19 almost before it started to pull back. So from 1759 to 19, that's a great move. I don't know what this one is doing. This is doing nothing right now, but definitely the Tattooed Chef, the TTCF was the one. And then from the Barry AI, we have STNE and NNOX and IQ. Little plug for my AI. Here's another one near its all-time low. In fact, it's at an all-time low right now. LUCD. I think it had did it have some news this morning? Yeah, I don't quite get it. I mean, it says November 16th market hour, so I guess technically this is an earnings play. I should have. There's another one, guys. All-time low, LUCD. Not to be confused with LCID, okay? But LUCD, all-time low. Big recommendation, guys. Have the single stock window up. I know it takes up maybe a little bit of space, but boy, at a glance, you can get a lot of good information at a glance. And this, my format or my single stock window, I'm sharing it, okay? You don't have to have the same filter. These are just the filters I like to see. Oh boy, NNOX. Oh. Now we're at a lifetime low for NNOX. So hands up, who doesn't want to short and why? You know, I know some of you have maybe an account that doesn't allow you to short. I was more talking, psychologically, who doesn't want to short? Yeah, so I mean, if it's an account, if it's an account limitation, I get it. Well, not if you're watching it, Pete. I mean, we're not talking about holding shorts overnight. We're just talking about, during the day. And I'm not trying to convince anybody. I'm just saying these are tremendous moves. We see them all the time. Maybe I am trying to convince. I don't know. Yeah, again, if it's an account situation, yeah, I mean, I can't, there's nothing you can do about that. If it's literally an account situation, well, okay. But if it's a more, well, like you said, I've heard you can lose everything. You know what? We've seen bios that are at $100 and they release something after hours, and the next day you wake up and it's two. Okay, so, but if you're talking about intraday shorting, I mean, what's going to happen? NNOX, you're shorting this one. You think in a heartbeat it's going to go to 100? Of course not. I mean, you got to watch these just like you got to watch a long. But anyway, so ALP, if you don't have the latest, I mean, this is now the way it is. You must be on an earlier version of Trade Ideas, okay? If you download the latest one, this shows up automatically now. So you must be on a very earlier, like a lot earlier version of Trade Ideas. All right, Sava is starting to work. Again, I wouldn't call this an easy one. In fact, so there was the alert. There was the short alert. I wouldn't call this easy, but now it's starting to drift down. I am in it, but I have to watch this like a hawk. Not because I'm going to lose all my money, but I mean, look how whippy it is. Yeah, and this is a highly emotional stock right now. Highly emotional. So the question was, how do you edit the single stock window? All these are just filters, okay? So if you have a single stock window up, you just right click on configure, all right? And then category, all filters. Okay, here, so if I columns, so all I have to do is if I see something I like, and if I click on more, you're going to see all of them, all right? But let me go back to column. So if I see, all you have to do is just, if you see something you like and you want it as part of it, you just highlight it and left click it over, and then it'll show up here. I think it's not the easiest thing to do in terms of the column order. You've got some adjusting because I wanted it in this format. But the main thing is to get them over. So you can do a search. You can search what you want to have in your single stock window. Just do a search. So let's just say I search on price, and then I can say show column as an example. Okay, once I do that, price, of course, price will always show up. You don't have to do that. These are the ones that are going to show up all the time. The volume, relative volume, and the price. So you don't have to add those as columns. But these are just columns that I have. All they are is filters. They're just filters, simple filters. Look at TRT. No kidding. And you can look right here. Position the lifetime range. So why does it say 112? Well, because it's looking left, okay? And what it was, Bottom line is, I wouldn't concern myself. I mean, obviously, if it says over 100%, that means it's a lifetime high. Yeah, if Fidelity is saying you have to call them, I would forget about it. Okay. The reason being is that you can't. I mean, if you want to get into a position, like I'm not saying it's critical that you get in right at the penny, you get an alert. But if you've got to call somebody and get on the phone and have them okay it and all that, by that time it's probably too late. Okay. So either change brokers or I have no other no other recommendation. All right, so Marius, you asked about, so you're talking about where you're seeing them on the charts, a buy and a sell on the charts, on a, say, a daily or a monthly or a weekly chart, the higher term time frames. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So for instance, let's take a look at this one, see if this had any, no. Okay, so Marius, can you hear me? So guys, if you ask me a question, it really helps me to know if you don't have me on mute. Hey, what about IQ? IQ. Okay, maybe Sava has finally kind of settled down in terms of maybe it won't be so whippy now. Now I'm just wait. Well, look at the EYPT. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. EYPT. This is off of financing, guys. I mean, this is off of financing, 1375 financing, and it's just severe, you got it, severe rippage. Okay, so bat lights. Wow, it's 10:20 already. What a fast morning. What a fast morning. So I'm going to go get into my little TI spiel right now. Yeah, I know Prague. I know. I just can't concentrate on everything, Sam. I know it's up there and doing things. I know. Okay, guys. So what I did was I put my homepage link in. So in the YouTube room, I put the link in. If you're in the main trading room, I also put the link in. But I also have Barry's homepage as a tab, and there's the link, so you can look at it all day long. What happens when you click on it? So I'll answer your question about lights. So you want my, whoops. If you go to the scan section right here, scan section, click here, and here's a sample layout. It's not exactly what you see, but it's a sample layout. But individual, for instance, you don't see on my layout, you're not seeing the 10-day daily breakout or breakdown, okay? But it's here. You can load it as an individual scan, okay? Or scans. These are the four I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down share, pre-market actors up and down. This is where I got my ideas, okay? Here's where I got my ideas for shorting those ones that had earnings and were near the low and were near all-time lows. You got to do some work, okay? Moving higher with unusually strong options. There's the other one I really pay attention to. Haven't had a chance to today. But here are all the scans that I've got. Now on my home page, if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, for 15, I'm going to say 14, 15% off the first month only. So Marius, can you hear me? You just have to let me know if you can hear me, because I can explain what the buy and what the sell means. So if you want to click on, you want to take out a subscription right now, we have 4 plans, an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. 20, oh, look at EYPT, I'm just missing the boat on that one. Premium and standard, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, okay, which I'll go over in a bit. You don't have to take out a monthly plan. An annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. 118 or 228. In fact, that's my recommendation. Do not take out an annual plan if you don't know our program, okay? Start off with a monthly. You can always upgrade later with that 15% discount. So 118 less the 15%, 228 less the 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. So Marius, you're not helping me here. I don't know if you can hear me. I just need a yes or a no, and then at least I know where to go from there. Just a moment, please. All right, I am now back. Boy, lots happening. In fact, I'm not sure when I put myself on mute, so just to make sure, in my homepage, you have the trade of the week. Okay, guys, just a minute. Here's Sev. Sev just opened. Okay, this is an IPO, 10 million shares. The IPO was priced at 15. This is a German company. specializing. What they're trying to do is solar EV, okay? Solar, well, solar with their vehicles. So take a look at this one. I'm not saying to take it right now, of course, but obviously this could be very interesting. And we have a halt because of news, SBEV. We have a halt because it's just a little one, okay. Sorry guys, I'm very disjointed this morning with all that's happening. You know, I've got a couple of trades on the go, and so I'm a little bit disjointed. And the one, of course, with the Sava, it can jump all over the place, so I really have to pay attention to it. Okay, so back. 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon, and here is a big education section, mainly directed to educating you how to use trade ideas, what it's all about. We have a big comprehensive user guide. If you're just new to trade ideas, I would really look at the 20 introductory lessons. Talks about what are top lists, how to create them, alert windows, how to create them, etc. Daily support sessions. So today, Steve will be in our YouTube room. I take a break at around noon. So he'll take over for me from 12 to 1 in our YouTube room. Before I leave on my break, I will put the YouTube link in. And daily webinars. There was not one today. We're on the Tuesday-Thursday cycle this week. Next week, it is Monday-Wednesday. But you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics. If you are new to trading or just looking for maybe a bit of a refresher, this is a great little video series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. So I would encourage you to watch that. Okay? And then on my homepage, this is my scan section. You click here. Here's my layout. A layout, it doesn't look quite like this, but it's a sample layout. And then individual scans that I'm sharing, including these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actors up and down, and then I pay special attention to my moving higher with unusually strong options, and also this 10-day daily breakdown and breakout. Okay? Just a minute, please. All right, well, yeah, IQ is killing it, and Sava is, starting to work. This is a challenge trying to explain something text-wise. Okay. Okay, what is Trade Ideas? Other than the most awesome scanner on the planet. That's what we are. We scan the U.S. stock market, okay? It doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. If you want to create your own scans, first of all, I'm sharing a lot of the scans, but this is how you would start if you want to create your own scans. I'm going to click on this one called the 10-day daily breakout. I'm going to click on configure and summary. So you'll always start out, again, if you want to create your own scans, you always start off with filters. Because the whole idea is to, kind of take a look, maybe a price range that you like, a minimum volume that you like, etc. Okay, so you start off with some filters, and that'll, obviously whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. And then you have to have a trigger. In my case, I'm always looking for new highs or new lows. So that is my trigger. It doesn't have to be your trigger. But if a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these stocks. This is just the flip. These are stocks making new lows or 10-day daily breakdowns, okay, making new lows. That's why we see these stocks. This is just sort of the flipped version of this. So if you're going to create your own scans, well, just 1 second, please. If you want to create your own scans, well, here's the good news. If you right-click on an alert window, and I click on configure, and I click on search, these are all the alerts that we have. I mean, here's the new high, new low, but we have many different alerts, okay? And when I scroll down, and when it comes to these icons, these are all the filters that we have. Now, please listen carefully. You don't have to learn all of them, all right? Why we've done this is, we've got thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we feel that we've created enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to create their own scan. Okay? You don't have to learn them all. It's like a Microsoft Word manual. You don't have to learn everything in it. Probably you only have to learn how to print and maybe change the font size and a few other things. But the manual is big because there are all sorts of different types of people using it. That's how you can view Trade Ideas. We've got a big comprehensive manual now. You don't have to learn everything. I mean, I probably use 0.5% of them. That's it. And I really want to emphasize that because a lot of people, when they first look at Trade Ideas, they think, oh my gosh, how complicated is this? How am I going to possibly learn all this? You don't have to. Okay? So as I'm saying, if you want to build your own scans, great. You don't have to, though. When you first start, you can take the scans that I'm sharing. And we also have, if you click on New from our toolbar, click on the Dock Channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. Okay? So, for instance, if I clicked on the Momentum channel, I see this. This is an alert window. It's called Momentum, Momo. If I right-click and I click on Configure and Summary, I can see what it's looking for. Okay? There's stocks between 1 and 50, etc., etc. Now, you can always make a change. You can take one of my scans. You can take a scan here, and you can make a change. For instance, if you didn't like the price range, you could just make the change. Say you wanted between 10 and 100, as an example. Click on the summary, see how it is changed. Okay? Now, here's a word about this, though. It has changed now, all right? But if you go to another channel and then you come back to this channel, you'll notice that the change was not maintained. And you might say, well, why did that happen? The reason being is that these channels are for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to something doesn't mean that everybody wants that same change. But here's the good news. Most of the time, I think this is what people are doing. I mean, you can surf different channels all day long, but a lot of times is what you might want to do is you might say, wow, I really like the concept of this alert window. I would like to have that as part of my layout. So all you do is you save it to the cloud, you right click, save it to the cloud, okay? And then you can go to another channel. I'll go to the stock surging channel. And you know, the action is heating up right now. Same sort of thing. You can right click, configure, see what it's looking at. You know, obviously they should change that. Anyway, it says between 1 and 1,000. You can make your change and you can save it to the cloud. So hopefully you're understanding the concept here. You can go to the different channels. You can start extracting different windows that you might like to make part of your layout. Once you've done that, and see, you haven't had to know how to create the scan in the first place. Once you've done that, you just file, load from cloud, and if you've saved them, you'll see them right at the top. You highlight, load, highlight, load, highlight, load. That's how you can build your own layout without really knowing how to build a scan in the first place. And of course, though, if you want to build your own scan, you can add that to your layout too. Or you can tweak it. You know, tweak it by, in other words, different price ranges. You know, the fact that I only like stocks between 1 and 20 here doesn't mean that that's what you have to do. Okay, so now, so that kind of covers, you know, the basics of trade ideas, all right? And we do have a big comprehensive user guide. So if you're wondering, you know, here's our user guide. Oops. And it's very nicely laid out. So here, you know, information about alert windows, top list windows, the multi-strategy window, all these different, how to create sound alerts, price alerts, etc. Or you can go to the full table of contents, and this is searchable. Something is a little screwy here. You should see everything over here on the left-hand side. You should see all this. There we go. Okay, so this is a searchable user guide. You want to find out how to do something, you know, but you don't have to learn everything. You don't have to learn everything. But here it is, and it's searchable. Okay, so now a word about the AI. This is what the AI looks like, okay? Now you need our premium service. This is what I would do. I'll make it so simple for yourselves, okay? Click on, from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Make it simple. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see right here. I've attached it to these other two, but don't worry about that. So this is the window that you'll see. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you, okay? But you just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35. You see the earliest one was at 9:40. And, you know, again, how you trade them will be up to you. You know, you use it like a watch list all day long. You know, look at this one, the 49 entry. I mean, you didn't have to take it right there, and it'd probably be a good thing because you probably would have, even though it didn't hit the stop, you probably would have traded out of it, okay? So you can use it like a watch list. For instance, look at Tattooed Chef right now, TTCF, okay? Okay, it had the beautiful run from the alert at 17:59. And you might say, oh, I couldn't get it at 17:59. The earliest I could get it was 17:70. Doesn't matter. Okay, don't get so hung up on the minutia, because These are not designed just to, scalp 2 or 3 cents. Now, did we know it was going to go all the way up to almost 19? No, but they're not designed, just to, get 2 or 3 cents out of the trade. But what I'm trying to show you here is that this may be setting up again. Okay, it pulled back, it based somewhat, and maybe it's setting up again. It's an earnings play, so it's going to be active all day. So, use it like a watch list. I can't tell you how to trade them. The Sava was a very difficult trade for me. But, I stuck with it. And I didn't get in at 49. I'm in, underneath that. But I'm just saying, there's no video that's going to show you how to trade those individual stocks. Good grief, look at IQ. Okay, I am going to do something here. I'm going to flatten this one out. I'm going to show you why this is happening. I'm going to talk about the this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. I'm tired of being the humble Canadian, but this is just an awesome call this morning, guys. I don't know how the three of them, but look at this IQ. I should get more promotional personally, but this is just an awesome play right here. It's getting right into that support level, maybe. It's literally at its all-time low right now. Literally at its all-time low. Now, did I know for sure this was going to happen? Of course not. Yeah. My wife says that all the time. I should look at this one. I should be in this one. You guys are distracting me too much, but look at this one, guys. Again, what did I say? I said, if you were here in the pre-market, I said, put this up on your chart, SEV, create a price alert at $1, okay, because it wasn't trading yet. When it starts to trade, if you're using our price alerts, it's going to pop up on your screen. And I think it started trading at 20. And yeah, it's in there. It's got the combination of everything. How about a solar EV play? Okay. It's a German company. No huge names behind it, but it was priced at 15, 10 million shares out, so it's not like a huge number, and this is what can happen. Man, oh man, oh man. Okay, so got to talk about this window here called Brokerage Plus. Hey, no problem, Keg. Okay, this window that you see here, this big blue window, is called Brokerage Plus. Now, it's only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it is not available. Okay, you must be using our downloadable application. And you'll notice here, it says Brokerage Plus, and underneath there are two options, live and simulation. So, in the link I put in there, there are two videos. The short video shows you how, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within your Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. Okay? If you have another account, it doesn't matter. And if you're not using, why I'm saying that is because people sort of listen to the tail end. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. We just have this feature though, that if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this to trade. I don't use it. I don't use it to trade. I trade from within my IB account. If I had, Fidelity, I would just be trading from within my Fidelity account. This is just a feature, an option that if you want to use it, you can. It doesn't mean though that if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. I just want to hammer that home. Now the other video, it's a longer video, it's about 26 minutes long, and it goes into way more detail about how you can use this window, okay? How you can use Brokerage Plus. And also, though, it's very appropriate because it also goes into how you can use it in simulation mode, paper trading mode. We always talk about it. Before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. It uses, the simulator is very simple to use. You just click on Sim, probably say something like account, and you just pick simulated trading default. It uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you want to just start out practicing trading for a while and haven't set on a broker yet, that's okay. It's using our real-time data. And very simple to use. You just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, and you pick the price you want to get in at. I always like to demonstrate it by maybe taking a trade on a pullback. Now, what you see here, these were orders. This is all in the simulator, okay? These were orders that I had conditional buy orders that I had placed yesterday that I left overnight and they executed today. That's why we see these. I will explain that, because what I'm going to do is, let's just say you wanted to take GOEV. Actually, let's use the Tattooed Chef. Let's say you wanted to take this one, okay? But you don't want to take it right now, but maybe if it pulls back to 1770, you want to take the trade. So you pick how many shares. Let's do 400 shares. And what did I say, 1770? You put 1770 in both the price and the stop box. Don't ask me why, just do it, okay? Because why do it? Because it works. So when I do that and I click the buy button, a blue line is going to appear on the chart. So it will take the trade if it gets down to 1770. That's what happened with these ones. I left those overnight. So imagine if I left this overnight, okay, and it never got down to 1770 today, but then tomorrow it hit 1770, it would take the trade. And that's what happened here. Yeah, so Mark, the question was, where did I see SEV before the market started? Two ways you can do that. This is what I use, and as I think Jeff is saying the same thing, probably using the same thing, the NASDAQ IPO calendar. Yeah, well, this is IPO Scoop, okay? I'll copy the link so you guys can take a look at it also. Okay, and you see it right here. There it is right there. So you can see what the upcoming IPOs are. If you click on the IPO calendar, this is what's happening this week. Okay, so tomorrow, for instance, actually later on today, you'll see, and this could be a big one, user testing. I don't know anything about them, but I see Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan. In fact, this could be a really interesting one. Another low price one, 10 million that are issuing at 14. This one, the SEV was 10 at 15. I mean, it opened at 22. Lots of excitement about it. Okay, so here's how you can follow them. And what I would do, a little bit of work, but say Friday, say on Saturday, you spend some time with the calendar. You check to see what the upcoming ones are. You put them. All you have to do is do something like this. So, for instance, with the user, this one user, it hasn't opened yet. So I'm just going to I'm going to type user in here. Hasn't opened yet, not trading yet, but we know it's supposed to open today. I just right click on, create price alert. Okay, I'll put $1. Because we know it's going to open more than $1. I save it. Okay, now I should do one more thing. If you want to get, have a little more information about it, because again, spend 5 minutes. It might take you maybe 5 or 10 minutes Saturday morning to check out if you're interested in IPOs. You can all you have to do now. You don't have to do this, but you can put 10 million. 10 million shares. What did I say it was? Yeah, 10 million at $14. Okay, and if you want, you can put JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley. So now you have a little bit of information when it starts, because you could get a week where you have like 20 IPOs. Well, at least you have a little bit of information. You know how many shares. You know the price it was. It was supposed to. I shouldn't say supposed to. The projected price, IPO price, and you can see who's behind it. You get some big, heavyweights behind it. Like the Riven, RIVN, what had, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, etc. Now you save it, okay? When the user starts to trade, if you've minimized your price alert window, the price alert window will pop up on your screen. You won't miss it. So do a little bit of work, on the weekend. 5 to 10 minutes, that's all it should take. And you just put them in and put them in your price alerts, and then you don't have to worry. You won't miss it. Now, I admit, with the SEV, I also read some news on it pre-market. Okay, in my I can't remember. I had a little service that I take a look at pre-market and kind of outlining some of the major things that are happening, and they mentioned SEV, so I knew about it there also. Okay, guys, well, the Sava is still inching its way down, so it's doing well, and of course my IQ is very high. But the IQ is doing really, really well also. It is now just below the all-time low. I don't know where it's going from here. 7 could probably stall it for a while. I don't know. I haven't taken any out. And I know there are other things happening. I just have not been able to take a look at them. You mentioned that yesterday, the PIPP. I know we saw it. Okay, so this is the. So who are they trying to acquire? Who are they looking? Do they have a? Oh, I see. Okay, so there's no news on who they're looking to acquire. Okay, or merge. Okay. Whew. Take a breather here. Well, I haven't looked at my watch list at all. No idea what's going on there. Yeah, well, yeah, it has no bottom in that there's no support chart wise for IQ because it's an all time low. So there's nothing. I mean, I don't think it's not going to zero, but maybe. Why I would say this is probably the best trade almost of the day. I haven't checked the NNOX or the SRNE, but it's because it's the most relaxing trade. All right, no trading is not easy, you know, but when you get into something like this that doesn't jump around so much, in other words, you don't see giant, you know, a bit of a green candle here, but it wasn't like a giant one that would, if you were in that position short, that would say, "Uh oh," and you cover some of it or get out of your position because you're worried that it's going to pop up. I mean, look on a 2 minute. I mean, on a 15, it's all red candles down. On the 2 minute chart, where you can get a little more jumpy action, hardly anything. It was the only little green candle that might have caused a little bit of concern, but hardly anything there either. I mean, what was the low here? 732. The high is 740. I mean, no big deal. Sometimes you get into these some of these trades, and that could have zipped up to 7 7, and then it would maybe come right back down. But that knocks people out of trades. So okay. So trying to help somebody who can't hear me. All right, guys. So in the two trades, the Sava, which is starting to settle down a little bit, which is nice. Settling down meaning not getting any giant green candles whipping out of position. The IQ, of course, is no reason to get out of it, for me anyway. No, Lucid might be giving me an opportunity again. as I say, I'm tucking this one away for a while. I don't usually do this, but I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing. All right, what else is happening here? This SMWB, what are you doing? And not an earnings play, no. All right, so SEV is starting to base a little bit here. Okay, let's see if it takes this out later on. I typically do not trade IPOs the day of, but if I'm going to, a lot of times what I'm going to do is take a look at a 2-hour high. That may be a little too extreme though. And if it breaks that 2-hour high, I might take it later on in the day. I typically do not trade IPOs the day of. I mean, I pointed this out to people because, hey, some will. And, you know, I suppose if I'd been paying a little more attention, this would have been one I would have taken some. You know, even if you don't take very much and put a, you know, even if you got in here at 22 and with a $7 stop at the IPO price of 15, thinking, well, who knows where it's going. I mean, it's not the worst thing a person could have done, but I typically do not trade IPOs the first day. But obviously an IPO like this, it's got everything going for it. Solar and EV. What more do you want? Wow, look at IQ. I'm I'm just amazed at this one. Hey, maybe we'll take out 7. I mean, the earnings must have been just absolutely... I didn't even read it, guys. I didn't even read what it said. Missed by a penny. Okay? But the guidance, it's all about guidance. It's all about the guidance. So many of you out there will look and see a headline and they don't necessarily see the guidance, okay? And they may see a headline that says they beat revenues and they beat EPS and yet the stock is sliding and you wonder why. And most of the time, well, it could be a number of reasons. Even if they beat, if they beat revenue, by the way, guys, it's just open. User just opened. See what I mean? See how that works? If you use our price alerts window, it'll pop up on your screen. User just opened. And what did I say the IPO price was? 14, right? So it's a little bit above the IPO price. So, but it's all about guidance, okay? So even if they beat on the revenue and earnings per share, but what if they come out and say, yeah, but we don't think next quarter is going to be so great? Well, why would you buy the stock? You know, if they're telling you, if the company is telling you that, you know, they don't think the next quarter is going to be as great, why are you going to buy the stock? You know, great that no, in this particular case, they also missed, but you'll see a lot of companies, they beat on revenue, beat on earnings, and yet they still slide. It's because down in the bowels of the press release, you might see revenue, though, guidance is going to be a lot slower than in the next quarter. And I have no idea what these guys do. So obviously, you know what? You're doing your homework ahead of time. Again, on that Saturday morning when you've got nothing else to do, you do your homework ahead of time. If you'd seen the SEV, you would have seen, okay, obviously a great sector. I don't know what sector this is. Okay, but let's take a look. But obviously a great sector to be launching an IPO in. The SEV. Now let's take a look at what SE, what this user is, user testing. So, software as a service, SaaS, okay, but it's not sexy. But they've got a lot of people behind it. Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, they're the leads, and they've got a lot of others behind it. So I mean, maybe it's not as sexy as some of the other ones, but hey, look who's behind it. Yeah, so the question was why I don't trade IPOs the first day. Just because, they can be extremely whippy, of course, and there's just no history. Obviously, there's no history. You don't know. I mean, you can kind of look at intraday support and resistance. I would prefer, to look at them maybe, 2 or 3 days afterwards to see what sort of, just to build up a little bit of history. That's just me, though, okay? I'm not saying that that's what everybody should do. Yeah, Interactive Brokers. I mean, yeah, I don't know what they charge. I don't know what they charge, to be honest. I mean, E-Trade is commission free. Interactive Brokers, the way it's set up with us, because you can't use their light version, it'll be half a cent a share. Okay. And you have to have real time data, so you have to pay for the real time data. I mean, it's not much, but I don't know how much it is. So look at this one as an example, okay? So I wouldn't. First of all, not sexy, okay? SaaS, I mean, has a function out there, but certainly not. It's not EV. Yeah, they charge. Yeah, so they do charge a dollar a trade minimum, okay? Half a cent a share, and then but it's a dollar minimum. No, I mean, listen. I know people get bent out of shape that it's not free. It just, for me, it's just a non-issue. I'd rather have a platform that is virtually 100% reliable. And again, I'm not trying to, tout IB at all, but I mean, listen, I mean, I've had no issues with them for 5 years now. Yeah, I mean, I'm not buying penny stocks. I'm not buying some sub penny stock, 10, 20,000 shares. And my guess is that if you were doing that, I mean, because I don't do that, but my guess is that there's probably some way at IB that you can negotiate a better rate if you're doing something like that. I mean, I don't know because I just don't do that. Oh, of course, Interactive Brokers. Of course, you have access to pre and post market. Of course, Interactive Brokers. You'll get data starting at Eastern time. I think it's 4 to 8. So 4 in the morning Eastern time, all the way up to 8 in the evening. Okay, so yes, the light version is commission free. The problem is that if you're like me, it doesn't work. You can't connect. We cannot connect it. We can't connect to it. It's not so much that you can't connect with Brokerage Plus. That wouldn't bother me so much. But what would bother me is that because I'm clicking on symbols all day long, With our external linking tool, we link with many brokerage platforms. So it's just a time saver so that when I click on an alert, it loads into the platform. Okay, and from there I trade it. With their light version, we can't do that. And that's the problem. Boy, that I mean, look at user. So now this is not such a great IPO because remember the IPO price was 14. It did pop immediately to 15, but now it's underneath the IPO price. So let's see if we can at least get back there. I am a little surprised at this sell-off though, just because of who's involved. But it might be just, who cares? It's not EV, it's not crypto. Oh, Chris, I won't know. I won't know. I mean, I think I know what you're trying to ask me, but I really don't know. I can't analyze. I see what you're saying, the bottoming tail. I have no idea. No idea. Market makers playing around. No idea. I mean, it could mean something later on, but I can't. I don't know. Meanwhile, I know there are other things. Look at the EYPT. This is probably to me maybe the most astonishing one, just because of the financing they did at the price they did it at 13.75, and it's just completely market didn't care. In fact, they were applauding them. No, I hope you're right. I'll be astonished if it takes out 7, but nothing is. I guess I shouldn't be surprised about anything anymore. But I did not think. I thought maybe this level would hold the 720 level right here, right up here, right there. Ah. They do give a stop price. You might not have the column up then, but there's the stop right there. Maybe you just don't have the column. Yeah, just add the column. Right click on one of your column headers and columns, and then it's all alphabetical. Just scroll down till you see stop price. Okay. So I said this yesterday. I can't remember the stock, but keep an eye on the tattooed chef, guys. You know, I'll talk about it now. But keep an eye on TTCF. You know, it's just kind of meandering around right here. It's an earnings play. It should be active most of the day because it is an earnings play. Look where it got to. How about that? Look where it got to. 19. And look left on the daily chart. That's where it stalled. 19. 1902. Right there, 1902. See how that worked? You know, so that's why I'm always talking about looking left. Now, granted, you know, maybe this will stall it, the 1827, you know, on some kind of, but I mean, it did have the history of at least getting up to these highs. So if this all of a sudden has a pop on volume, you might want to look at it. Use it like a watch list. Okay, guys. Here's another one. HNST is, it's not an earnings play, but it's almost at an all-time low. Just looking at some of the, from that scan that I shared earlier. Here's the ARVL. And this is almost an all-time low. You can see it's just 3.5% above. Now you might look at this and go, well, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe this is the low. Low is 10. Yeah, so the low is 10. I think this was a SPAC, maybe. Maybe not. Well, guys, I'm just waiting on the IQ, see if it takes out. Yeah, I know. I know it's getting closer. Okay, I'm just going to try to tuck that one away and I'm not going to worry too much about the ups and downs. And I'm talking about, I mean, I haven't done this in a long, long time, but that's just me. This user is really interesting. I'm intrigued by it. User. I want to see. Maybe it gets up to this level right up here. 14. Yeah, I have an alert at 1443, the high of that candle. See if it takes that out later on. See if the big guys say, you know what, we better prop this up a little bit. All right, here's another cheap one I'm hearing. CNF, cheap one. Okay, but you see, looking like it's getting into a bit of a support level, so I'm not as interested in that one. All right, let me take a look at some of the ones from my option scanner. I haven't had any chance to look. Yeah, I don't care about Apple. I mean, not to dismiss it. I just don't care about Apple. Sorry. It's just way outside the price range I like to trade. Huge float. I mean, it's having a nice 2% day and all, but it's just not of interest to me. It's near an all-time high. But for those of you who definitely follow Apple, yeah, having a nice day. Oh, for the charts. Yes, just not as a scan. Yes. I did actually know that. I guess we should have said that, but not as a scan. Yeah, just on the charts. That's okay, Sam. Okay, just taking a breather, guys. Saba just hanging around that 46 level. IQ still maybe a challenge to get through that. Any pop from here, I'm going to take some off for sure. I just have my doubts that it's going to take out that 7 level. Just kind of resting. Look what it did. I think it got right to 701. Just psychological, whole number. I know it shouldn't matter, but it seems to. Yeah, so perfect. It's not so much. If Apple were really moving, even with 6 billion in the float, I don't care what the float is. Okay, it's not so much what it's if somebody asks me though, what about this, and I say it's a high float and it's not doing anything, there's no news or anything like that, then I'm not that interested. The thing is that most of the things that I see because of the way I've structured my filters, they're usually going to be relatively low float. I'm not going to see very many that are a billion. But if something showed up here and I had a billion in the float, I'll trade it. It's just that it rarely is that going to happen. I probably don't see very many with over 100 million in the float. But if it shows up here, I'll trade it. If it shows up in my option scanner, I'll trade it. It's not that I have a limitation, because if it's showing up on my option scanner or this, it means it's got high relative volume. It's doing something. So it's not so much I dismiss that I won't trade anything that's, say, over 100 million or a billion, but rarely is something like that going to show up for my style of trading. Okay? Well, INM I know showed up here but you can see. Okay, so why it didn't show up until 212 or 1012? It's because probably some filter requirements just weren't met. I can construct any scan for you that's going to show you this. Okay, the problem is, as I say all the time, is that it may introduce 10 others that don't do this and just fall flat in their face. Okay? It's always a trade-off. Now, the INM, as an example, you see, this would have picked this up, just in the 10-day daily breakout, would have picked it up, but notice I've got a price between 2 and 35. If I had reduced that to 1 and 35, you would have seen that one right here as an example. So you could take this and you could also, let me just see. Okay, just in the simple momentum scanner right there at 9:30, you would have seen it. Just in the simple momentum scanner from oops. So in that momentum scanner that's in the momentum channel, it would have picked it up here right at 9:30. So you could take this scanner and you could use this if you wanted to. Now you might get a lot of other ones that you don't want to see, but that would have picked up INMN right there. You can see right at 9:30 at 156. It's picking up all these other ones too. I can give this to you. This is just, all I've done is I've just taken this out of the window, created a free floating one. Okay? Well, okay, you can use it. Here's a filter. Configure. Search. Type in 15-minute. Just type in 15. I think we have that. So 15. There we go. So 15-minute. You want a change. Okay, let me go change. Okay, change 15 minutes. Change 15 minutes. There's a filter you can use right there, either dollars or a percentage. So you could add that filter to any, It's up to you to put a price range of minimum volume and all that sort of stuff, but this is the filter you could use. Change in 15 minutes, add the filter, and if you wanted it to be at least 15%, put a minimum 15 right there. Oh, I'm sorry, you said a 5-minute candle, but it's the same. 5-minute candle, sorry, okay? So you want to change, add the filter, change in 5 minutes, 15. So that'll show you any stock that has moved at least 15% in the last 5 minutes. Okay? So guys, I have covered quite a bit of my IQ now. Okay, so is that clear? Yes, no? Okay. Okay. Yeah, as I say, guys, I've covered most of my IQ. I was thinking that it was going to really struggle to get through 7, and that's what happened. I mean, it's amazing how it works. So, a couple of things. I waited for the 8 break, and then so that's another whole number, of course, the 8 break, and then 7 is just what stalled it. Yeah, okay. So the question was, when does Holly refresh? Oh, yeah. Always close down trade ideas, okay? When you're finished trading for the day, always close down trade ideas and then reopen it the next day, okay? Not 100% of the time, but sometimes if you don't, statistically, the statistics can make it all jumbled up. Well, first of all, I close my computer down. I don't leave my computer running overnight. So I shut everything down, but for sure, shut down trade ideas and then open it in the morning whenever you get up. This will be blank. Okay, and then you just wait for the alerts to happen. That is our recommendation. All right, guys, you were talking about GREE. Haven't seen this one for a bit. Yeah, no kidding. Look at this. Look at that action here. No kidding. So it's above yesterday's high now. A lot of volume came in. Volume increasing on the 2-minute. When that dries up, I'm sure that some of you are going to want to short this one. And I'm seeing STNE making another low here. Now, look at this. What's the right there? Okay, it still has a ways to go. I mean, the next low looking left on the monthly chart is 2039. So that's the next low looking left on the monthly chart, 2039. We're at 2165 now. So about $1.30 to go. If it, stalls there. Luke from Florida. Okay, goodbye. Oh, son of a. Sorry, guys. Yeah, that should be. Delete. Yeah, delete. Delete. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. I was in the tech. I was in tech support. Snuck in there, or swing trading. Sorry. All right. How is this SEV doing? Yeah, just kind of basing. This is again. This could get interesting. Gets over 30 again. What did it get up to? Got up to 33 or so. Wow, 11:41 already. My goodness. This morning has just been a blur for me. Okay, so today is Wednesday, so that should be Steve in the YouTube room. I'm not even going to check. I know he's going to be there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the YouTube link in. So if you want to head over there when I take my break at noon, he'll be there between 12 and 1. Yeah, Sava looks like it's to me. It looks kind of done-ish. Well, there's no reason for me to exit yet, but I'm going to be taking my break. I'll probably be out of this because anything can happen from here. Company comes out, refutes. Well, of course, this is the SEC looking at them. It's not just. I mean, this was the news that just trounced it this morning under SEC Pro for manipulating. That's been out there for a while. I don't mean this particular one, but that is what caused this initial drop anyway. It may be a slug agency, but it's certainly put a a damper on that stock today. Yeah, two things you don't want to see in a headline for you: SEC investigating you, and if you guys remember the old days, Mike Wallace is ringing on your doorbell or ringing your doorbell. Yeah, that was a crew boy. 60 minutes. Tank, good morning. Oh, good. I was reading that question. I'm glad you're directing it to real because I have no idea. Okay, this one, Reker, REKR just popped into the option scanner. Ooh, came in at 7. Really? I'm sorry, that was later on, earlier. That was at 11:32. The ARVL just showed up on the short side in the option scanner, ARVL, and look here. I mean, it's just almost at its all-time low. Have I set my price alert here? Yeah, okay, let's set a price alert around 28.87 for SEV. See if it takes that out later on some volume. See if it gets a little more excitement coming back into it. What are the markets doing? Let's see. So the Dow's down. Dow's down quite a bit. SPY's down. NAS is just a titch up. So really, market is in a bit of a sell mode right now certainly for value stocks. Call them the value stocks versus the growth stocks. Okay, so Here's a word about what you're seeing here. Okay, so the RBLX. This was something I had left in overnight. It took the trade at 120 today. Um, Max P&L when I was in the trade was $612. Okay, when I exited, this again in the simulator was up. I took a $443 profit. But this is even more telling. Okay, this now is telling me how good was your exit. Well, you can tell right off the bat, not very good. Okay, again, I was just demonstrating, something. I wanted to show you how you can use the flatten. It gets you out of a trade. All right, but this now is telling me where you got out of that trade. It is now $3.20 above. Obviously, not a great exit. Okay, this is telling me, okay, where I got out of the trade, it's 7 cents below. Not bad. This one, I'm still in the trade, so that's why there's nothing here. So this can give you a good idea about how good your exits are. Okay, which you wouldn't have wanted to see also in the say the max P&L at 612 when you got out 443, and that's not terrible, but you would not have wanted to see a max P&L when you were still in the trade, and then you let it slide to say only up 100 or even worse, negative, like a loss. So these two numbers can kind of give you a bit of an idea about how good are your exits, and then of course this one. And the other thing too is if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. So that's how you can practice swing trading using the simulator. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. So yeah, I'm all out of the Sava. The Sava is actually now turning into a potential long. Okay, I mean scalp long. I'll call it a scalp long for those of you who are into that sort of thing. Um, but I'm all out of the Sava. Made a little bit, not much. Meanwhile, yeah, the STNE continues to get just slammed on earnings. Look at this, down 32%. And look at the headline. Look at the headline. If you just read this, Stone Company reports strong quarterly revenues. Shares drop. If you just read this, though, you'd say, well, what the heck is going on? I guarantee And if you read it, dove into it, I'm sure it's probably they're guiding poorly or so strong revenues. But look at this now. Reported Q3 EPS 9 misses 12-cent estimate, so they're down 3 cents. Sales 281. They beat the 257, but they're getting slammed for this EPS beat. And I don't know, maybe they're guiding poorly too. I mean, they're getting really crushed on this. But if you just read that original headline, reports strong quarterly revenues, you'd be shaking your head. Well, why is it going down? Why is it down 32%? All right, guys. Let's see, what time is it? 11:54. So I'm getting set to take my break. PPSI will fade all day. Do I agree? I don't know. It's very choppy. I mean, it could. To me, it's a very messy looking 15-minute chart, messy looking 5-minute chart, messy looking 2. So the low yesterday is 736. I mean, that could hold it. To me, it's just, I sort of run from something that looks like this. Sorry. It's just not, I could not make a prediction like that. Well, you have hitched your wagon to AMD, it seems. I can't tell if you're short. Oh, you're shorting it. Oh, I say you're shorting it. All right, guys. I am in nothing right now. Got rid of my IQ and the Sava, so I can take my break. Yeah, I mean, contrast that. I had a question in our YouTube room that PPSI will break down all day. Do I agree? So I took a look at the chart. To me, there's no clue that that's going to happen. And when you take a look at IQ as an example, I mean, look at the difference. Look at the difference. See, burn this in your memory: the 15, the 5, even the 2, and then take a look at PPSI. And look at this 15-minute chart, jumping all around, 5-minute chart jumping all around, 2-minute chart jumping all around. I mean, listen, it could slide from here. Don't get me wrong, it could, but to me, there's no big clue. Okay, let's see. ARVL. I'm looking to short this one. It may be hard. It's down 10%, more than 10%. I didn't get a fill. Did not get the fill I wanted. I was in at 1073 and now it's at 1068. I mean, I know it's not that far below, but it's just because of that stupid uptick rule. No, it actually popped right back up. So maybe that's a good thing. Meanwhile, yeah, STNE just utter collapse. I mean, you can just see it right here. I mean, there was the original alert, 2565, right at 931, 2565. This is why I love the don't repeat. This is what this means. Don't repeat, don't repeat. That's what the DR means. So I can tell this is the running. So every time it makes a new low or a new high, I get it as a kind of a running total. But this allows me to kind of go back and say, okay, what happened from that very first alert? And you can see exactly what happened. Okay, so Steve is going to be in there, but look, shorting. Okay, again, I got a question about shorting. All you're doing is when you go long a stock, when you buy a stock, not typically, you want it to go up in price. When you short a stock, you want it to go down in price. It's that simple. Okay, so if I want to short a stock, STNE, and I'm hoping it goes down from where, and your broker have a way to do it. You either click a sell button or maybe there's a short button, and that just puts you into it. Okay, Steve. Yeah, please do. I mean, it's just flip it, flip the way you're thinking. You short something, you want it to go down. You buy something, you want it to go up. Okay, Steve is in the room, so I will stop my stream for you, Steve. Have a good time for your 1 hour.
Oh, joy. Thank you, Barry. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my desktop. So, yeah, I'm happy to pick up on an explanation of short selling. Let me mute myself there. All right. MNMK. Okay, so you get the idea of shorting. All right, so I don't need to explain that again. Actually, clicking the correct buttons is confusing. When you have no position established and you go in and you just hit sell, at least on Brokerage Plus, the sell is going to initiate a short sell for you. There's no special short sell button. If you have zero positions or if you have no position in that symbol to start with and you come in and just sell, at least the way Brokerage Plus and IBKR work, they know that you're trying to establish a short position. Now, if I'm on TD Ameritrade or some of these other platforms, they actually do have a short sell command. So, it could be confusing, I suppose, from platform to platform. But I would say, using our system here, just a naked sell in itself will send the order out as a coded short sell. But you get the concept of shorting. What I was going to say, just for anybody else that's curious out there, short selling, you're literally borrowing the certificates from your broker. They're lending you stock certificates, and they don't really care where the price goes. They have those certificates in their vault to justify the loan. So say you've got 100 Razor scooters, and they're all selling for $100 each. Well, you think the price is too high, and you think after the holidays the price of a Razor scooter is going to go down. And it does. And a month later, the price. So you borrow 100 scooters, and you go into the free market and you sell them at $100 each, and you collect the proceeds. The Problem is you still owe somebody 100 scooters that you borrowed. But if you wait a month and the price comes down, you can go back into the market, buy those 100 Razor scooters back at $80 each, and you've made a $20 profit on each scooter because you're just returning the scooters. You're not returning the proceeds from the sale. So that's always been an interesting way to explain short selling for people who are not really up to speed on what's happening behind the scenes. You're literally borrowing the shares from your broker, and all they ask is that you buy them back. And when you buy them back, they go back into the broker's vault. All right. Hopefully that helped. Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. I'm here to help. Every day we give Barry a break at 12 noon Eastern. Let him go to Smoothieville and recharge his batteries because he does a great job hosting that room every single day. Let's look at the market. I've got a few observations today. I was noticing earlier that the sectors are really interesting. Aside from the Qs, we've got gold and silver and gold miners, and then we've got the Qs that are strong. Everything else is kind of flat on the day. I thought that was kind of interesting. It looked like the price was trying to get, the price of the SPYs were bouncing right up into my favorite moving average here, and it looks like they've found a way to fight their way through. But you know what? I'm not exactly bullish right here. I'm going to show you something that I've been using a lot lately, and that's the RSI divergence. You know, we've got kind of a matched high there, kind of a double high in the S&P, but that's actually starting to tick up a little bit now with that move we just had, but kind of a lower high in the RSI. So it's coming back to prior high levels, but doing it with less oomph behind it, if you will. And I'm just not exactly super bullish here. I feel like the market's really stretching itself out on a limb. And you know, that last correction we got last week, I know I was calling for something maybe more down here in this area to settle in 460 below and then bounce. But this market is just a juggernaut. It just wants to continue to climb and ride that 10-day simple moving average. But I don't know. I just got a feeling that I don't really want to load the boat full of long stocks up here. Feels like it's just, like I said, reaching out on a branch a bit too far. All right, let's see. We got some questions here. Ignacio was using with the AI, with the methodology of getting out with the 10, okay, SMA on the 15-minute chart with the winning trades. It's great, but the losing trades kill me. For example, today I took ARNC. Oh, we got a few of them. Okay, ARNC. Okay, so this is an example where, you know, the AI stop loss was pretty much right there where the 10 SMA was. So there really was no improvement you could have given yourself on that scenario. It's just the way it shaped up. VREX. Okay, so VREX is a long, and it has not breached the 10 period simple moving average. Okay, so you're winning on, yeah, I should just keep reading. I would do myself a little favor. Winning on VREX, yeah, that one's looking good. It tested, held, and TCF, but the ANC took out your profits. Yeah, I understand. We're not going to pick the winning horse in every single race. When you go to the track, you throw some tickets in the trash, and some tickets get cashed. And at the end of the day, at the end of the week, you just got to hope that the winning tickets outweigh the losing tickets. But if you can create a simple methodology, like obviously you've been listening to what I like to do, I still think it's a very simple risk management method to use. It's not always going to be perfect, but nothing is. I'll go through those AI trades in a minute. We'll look at those in a second, Ignacio. All right, so M&M. Thank you. For one thing, I'm in the wrong trading platform, I think. Okay. Not sure what platform you're on, but if they don't have a clearly marked short sell when you send the order, then just a simple sell with no position will be coded as a short sell behind the scenes. Okay, so hello, Pamela. The A table is it's designed to find stocks that are strong. So these are all going to be longs on here. Um, I'm not quite sure if somebody said this should be used for shorting because I would disagree with that. But maybe what I think the confusion is the short float percentage. The A table, for instance, the top candidate here, PUBM, is bouncing at the moment nicely, right off the 10-day moving average. Very nice. But look at the data here. We've only got 17 million shares trading in circulation. Not a whole lot. That's considered a low float stock. And of those 17 million, 40%, which is a perfect segue from what I was just talking about, 40% of the shares being traded in the float are borrowed from the broker to go out and short sell the stock. So at some point, the short sellers, if they're losing, means the price is going up. They're going to have to cough up their shares, close the position by buying stock back, and then those certificates go back to the broker. And they have to lick their wounds because ideally, if they do that, they're doing it in panic and pain. So the A table tries to exploit a high short float on stocks that look good. And I'll talk about how we find those. But you can see the color gradient is very dark. PUBM is the biggest short float I've got because I'm sorting by the short float. So my eye is always kind of looking up here at the dark colored ones to see what's going on. And you can also see this next one, Blink Charging, has only got 36 million shares in the float, and 33% of those are borrowed shares. And they're going to have to buy them back to give them back to get out of the position. So that's what we call a short squeeze. And the short squeeze is a wonderful position when you can catch them. You know, ASO, the trade of the week, was derived from this, but this thing is just not working. And CAR was a big one last week, but now that move's kind of over. So let's just quickly look under the hood, and I'll show you how I'm finding good stocks. Look at, there's only 3 filters in here. It's very simple. Okay, stock composite rating. I've got it. Usually I had it at 80. I've lowered it to 70 to try and find some more candidates. And what that means is we've got about 10 or 12 filters all combined into one composite rating. So rather than me saying I want stocks that are above the moving average, strong on the chart, blah, 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 whatever would be strong, we've already calculated that for you. And we've given them a score. So in this particular case, and again, every stock will have a score, and you can bring the score up on your single stock window. This one is a 76. So this one's a C student. All right. Think of this as a college bell curve. If I put 80 in the minimum, I'm only going to want to see the B and the A students. That's why this originally was called the A table, because we're trying to find the best scores that have the highest probability of a short squeeze. You can see my short float is minimum 15%. As long as it's 15% short the float, as long as it does at least 500,000 shares a day, and as long as it's a semi-decent chart with a 70 score rating, you know, things in the 50s and 60s are not going to be as good of looking as a chart as something in the 70s or 80s. So that sets the stage for possible short squeezes. What are the short sellers missing? Why the hell is PUBM short 40%? Do these people all know something? Well, the chart is confirming that they don't necessarily maybe know what they think they know, because the price is advancing back up here again. But all it takes is a little spark to just light the fire of a short squeeze. And when you've got these at the top of the A table sorted the way I do, we can find some really good candidates. But again, it still comes down to the chart. You know, you might have a short float of 40%, but the chart doesn't look as good. So you just kind of pass on that. So there's no short selling that comes from the A table. It's just setting up a scan that finds possible candidates that might want to have a short squeeze where the short sellers are panicking. All right. The last part of the last question. Okay. Last question. We didn't even get to that one yet. Will you also explain a little bit about the gap and go, assuming this is pullback? But how, oh, PBM. Is this a gap and go? No, that's not a gap and go. And that's why you said ignore the last part of that question. Assuming pullback also has something that measures what they are thinking will move one direction or the other with velocity. How did I get the A table chart? Not really sure what that means. I can share this scan easily with you guys. I'll just drop it in the chat, but I'm not quite sure what you mean by how did I get it. All right, so back to Pamela. You were asking about pullbacks or gap and go. The the morning gap is a really fickle thing. Trying to maybe think of an example. If you have an example, we can look at it. When stocks gap up, I very rarely want to chase them. I would rather, like, okay, so this GoEv right here, this GoEv gapped up. Okay, but it had a big day yesterday and it opened right here. Okay, so that's a pretty good gap up. I would not chase something like that. I would have, if I had my eye on this and I really wanted to trade it, either this right here, because it's close to that my moving average, or this candle right here. I'm usually waiting for confirmation. Because there's nothing worse than, and I tell you, I see it so much more now today than I did a year ago. Stocks gap up, sucker you in, get you to chase them, and then they fail. So I like to wait until they have an inevitable pullback or some sort of correction or sideways consolidation and see how they behave at the 10 SMA. Well, this one failed. So, I mean, you could have bought it there and sold it in the same candle because it was trying to hold on and then it broke and closed below. And using that first closing candle below my moving average saves you all this extra headache and heartache and pain. So there's no real one right way to play gaps. I mean, if you chase them on the open, just beware. Just be very aware that, you could have been suckered into a play, especially something like GoEv that had a really good prior day, like that green candle there. So if I haven't answered the question, you can ask it again. Jump back in line on the gaps. You use Webull and Robinhood margin. Okay. I've never traded on the Robinhood app. So I don't know. I don't have any experience on Robinhood app. Sorry. Yes, Pamela, the A table is also under the channel Traders Vault. However, the version in Traders Vault might have a score rating of 80 instead of 70. And if that were the case, well, PBM would still be in there, but a couple of these others in the 70s would not be in there. I just feel like I'd rather bring in more information and let me use my own discretion as to which charts I like and which ones I'll write off and wait and see if they set up. So yeah, you're correct. There is a version of the A table, and she's talking about the channel called, it's got a key on it, I think, the Traders Vault. Where is it? Traders Vault. It's in there somewhere. There it is, Traders Vault. Okay. We even have a short squeeze channel. Look at that. So these are stocks that are probably, configured kind of like the A table to give you ideas. Okay, so you're looking at the Gap and Go channel. So we have a channel called Gap and Go. Trade the gap. We have too many channels. You want to give me a couple? I don't really like to click into channels because I lose all my data, but if you want to give me a couple of stocks as an example to look at, we can take a look at those that you've derived from the Gap and Go channel. I would imagine that channel consists of scans that obviously have the gap filter, and then they're making new highs. That would be the Go part. But again, I'm just really leery on chasing gaps at the opening bell because they usually seem to fail. No reason to apologize, Michael. I don't know what you did. Oh, I'll get back to that in a second. So let's see. Yeah, Robinhood is really basic, but the options part is terrible, right? All right, Michael's got a question. Oh, that's why you said, because you called me Barry. When time permits, please show me how to create an alert that has the current day pre-market high during the intraday. Perfect. Great question. Okay, so we'll take that question from Michael, and then I'll come back to you there, Pamela. We'll look at some of those gaps. I'll just open a new alert window here, and we'll zero it out, start from scratch. Yeah, we'll do a new high. Add that alert. And so here's the key right here. We go to search, pre-market. Okay. Whoops. You can't abbreviate, Steve. Above pre-market low, below. This is the one we want. So it's referencing the pre-market high. Even though it says below pre-market high, we can finagle this to make it work for us. So let's add that filter below pre-market high. You can see it's in dollars. Now, if memory serves me correctly, if I put negative 0.1 cent in the maximum column, what does that give us? It says that the price is at least 1 cent above today's pre-market high. So that's your magic setting right there. Below pre-market high, add negative 1 cent in the maximum. I know it's not very intuitive, but that's why we have these buttons there to click and have the server read back to us in English what it is we just did. Okay, so now we've got a new high, but we're only going to see that new high when it's 1 cent above. Well, we could take it a step further. What if we did, what if we put 1 cent in there, positive 1 cent? What does that mean? I don't think that's what we want. I think what we wanted to do is, let's see about this. Okay, so the first example I gave you actually shows you when the new high took out the pre-market high. But some people might want to get an earlier version. There's no guarantee of confirmation, but the way in which I just changed this to 1 cent positive in the minimum field tells us that we will get alerted when the price is at least 1 cent below today's pre-market high. So you could use that, maybe even 2 cents or 3 cents, but as a setting to let you know that in the regular market, i.e. new high, that's a regular market scan. It's not going to scan in pre-market. But our pre-market high filter is going to monitor the pre-market high. And so if you get a new high 1 cent below the pre-market high, that would be your setting there. If you don't want to know until it actually clears the pre-market high, negative 0.01. And you can read it back to you. Okay, it's at least 1 cent above pre-market high. So that's the way in which most people would use that setup and that filter, Michael. If that resonates, good. If not, let me know. Okay, so trade the gap. Oh, trade the gap was the one. Okay, so trade the gap. Let's look at AVDX. See what happened over there. AVDX. See what happened over there. Okay, so this was a gap down. Ooh. Not exactly what we were speaking about earlier. That's a nasty looking engulfing candle. Well, it's nasty if you're short. It's bullish if you're long. So gap downs. It's a whole different story altogether. If you're trying to go long on a gap down, well then it's a totally different story than chasing a gap up. I am more likely to buy a gap down than I would be to buy a gap up. I will say that. But it just depends on the circumstances. A way in hindsight to play this, if you didn't catch it, you see it gap down and come up, and then it caught yesterday's close, filled the gap, so to speak, is the technical term. Then it chopped around a little bit, and then came and it broke back above the 10 SMA, which was dominating it all day yesterday. You see that? So that was the dominating key moving average. So right here, if you didn't buy a gap on the open, you could wait for confirmation like I like to do and see how it respects that moving average. You have another example. Let's look. EYPT. Okay, so here, this one is a gap up. Okay, so the first thing I'm always going to do is look left and see what the daily chart looks like. That was a horrific, was that earnings? I don't know what that was, but this day right here, November 15th, was horrific. Gapped up right there. There's your opening at the top of that red candle. Traded up and then collapsed on itself yesterday. All the way down to the 20-day moving average. And I assume your question would be, do I buy these gap opens or not? It's a tough one to say because, again, there's three things that can happen on a gap opening. Option number one is what this one did right here. Opens and goes, gap and go. There's no guarantee to know when a stock is going to gap and go. Option number two is the stock comes back and picks up the 10 SMA. That's the one I really like to wait for. Option number 3, which is not as good as option number 2 in my estimation, is wait for a gap fill. But a lot of times, if it's going to fill the entire gap, it might just kind of do that and then sit down there. The ones that attempt to fill the gap and then catch the 10 SMA and start to turn back up, those are the ones I really like. Here's something to consider, Pamela. When Dan, the CEO, a friend of mine, came to me in 2003 and asked me, hey, we're breaking off from the other company. We're going to create this real-time scanning platform. I want you to be, the first beta tester. What setup, Steve, what setup would you want to see and be alerted to in real time? And I said, well, I love it when stocks gap up and then attempt to fill the gap and then turn back and go higher. There it is, the false gap up retracement. This thing right here is what Dan built for me when I was day trading like a maniac in 2003. I wasn't really concerned with swing trading or more, daily charts as I was with, the 5-minute chart and faster acting decision processes. So what this does, if you add that alert and enable it, take off a new high, you have this window here, and this is an important window. How much of the gap do you want to be filled? Well, usually I'd say 35% of the gap is good enough for me. So the stock has to come down at least 35% of the gap fill. Not quite halfway, but a third of the way. And then the way this particular scan works is if it turns back up and goes back through highs, that's the buy signal. So you're literally buying a new high, but you're using this event to say, I want the stock to have gapped up. And of course, we would use a gap filter. I don't know if I even have one in there. We would put a gap filter in there, and we would say all stocks that gap up at least 3%. Okay? I want to see all stocks that gapped up at least 3%, and I'll set my alert at 35% filling of the gap. And when it turns and goes back to highs and makes a new high, that's when I'm going to get the alert. That's one method, that's one concept. But I will say, it seems like there's always not enough follow through with that brand new second high. And I call that a horseshoe setup because in reality, it opens up and tries to fill the gap and goes back to highs, and that's where we see the alert. And I call that a horseshoe because of the pattern. Getting the follow through beyond there is kind of tough. So there's a second approach that you could use to try and buy, and this is what I was kind of been talking a lot about, to buy the stocks that gapped up. But we're getting some selling in the S&P. I will admit I took a short ETF position in one of my trading accounts, SPSX. And where did I do it? This is a great example. Where did I do it? I noticed the market was weak this morning, but I didn't want to chase up here. I said, hey, if this thing pulls back to the 10 SMA, I'm going to jump in some SPXs just for maybe a day or two. I don't know. But it's kind of an anticipation trade, and it looks like it might be working now. We'll see what happens. But as I showed you in the onset when we first joined, the SPY using RSI, okay, now it's looking a little bit more interesting. So there's that lower high in the RSI where we have kind of a double top in the market. This is kind of a sign of weakness. It's called divergence. All right, I did not lose my train of thought. As I said, the second way of trying to scan for something like this, and probably the more desirable way, looks like I've got some time. You guys are attentive and there's no new questions pouring in. So let's build a scan together. All right, so we're going to start from scratch. New low is the alert. Okay. And gap, we need a gap filter. Gap, okay, add filter. Let's do gaps of 3% minimum. Average daily volume, we'll just do 300,000. Okay, we'll shore those up so we can see what's going on here. Minimum price of 5, maximum price of 100, just because. Now, here comes the fun part. 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. There it is. Add filter. So now we want to see when a stock's making a new low, but we're going to add a filter for that new low to only show us when the stock is tagging the 15-minute 10 SMA, my favorite moving average. So we could say, no, no more than 0.05% below and no more than 0.05% above. So 0.1% is my window, and that's going to be right on top of the 10 SMA. Well, let's just launch this and see what happens, see what we get. I'll do a history. There's probably a few things in here. Oh, there's not that many. Interesting. Well, let's work backwards. TJ Maxx. Okay, there's our gap. So, Pamela, do you want to be the one who chases this gap here, or do you want to use a scan like this to wait for it to come down here and alert you that it's touching the 10 SMA and maybe take a position down here instead? Just a thought. Let's see what else we got. SPI. All right, well, you can see the arrow indicated exactly what we were scanning for, a big gap up. It's had a big daily chart run, so it might be running out of steam. It did hold that first test of the 10 SMA, broke it. Now it's getting a little wishy-washy. Interesting. This is ZIM. Another great one. This one filled the entire gap and touched the 10 SMA and bounced right off of that. COTY. Okay, this one's not doing anything. Giant gap up, and again, this is a perfect example of why I do not chase opening gaps. I would rather buy at a support level, or in this case, we're looking for that 10 SMA level to give us some comfort. So the rest of these are earlier in the morning. That one's really early in the morning down here. Enough of a gap to pull back and trigger. Prague, not much there. Blasted through, but back above. Seems like the ones up here were doing a little better, the most recent ones. But again, we've got a market that's kind of going south for the moment. Let's just check in on that. Yeah. All right. I'm going to assume, Pamela, you might want a copy of this, or anybody else, so I'll drop a copy of this. Let's actually name it first. Gap fill at the 10 SMA. Copy. All right. Now I can close that. All right, for anybody who wants that, it's there. I know Pamela might want it. So again, just to rehash, the false gap retracement waits for a new high, and I don't trust new highs in this market. I would rather buy as a contrarian. If anybody attended my webinar last night, we talked a lot about being contrarian for success. If you're going to follow and chase the herd, you're never going to find separation from the herd, and the herd is usually getting chewed up. You've got to find levels that make sense where you can step in and buy when they're selling because you have a reason to. And on the flip side, taking profits when things are really working in your favor, sell when they're buying. Nothing wrong with selling 1/3 after a giant green candle, because chances are you're going to have a reversion to the mean anyway, and you're going to wish that you had sold. I prefer to sell in that fashion than use trailing stops. To me, trailing stops is like everybody in a movie theater just waiting for somebody to scream fire, and they're all going to rush to the exit door at the same time. You're not going to get as good of a price. Everybody's trying to get out at once. Everybody sees the same thing. You got to try and figure out a way to be a bit contrarian in your entries and in your exits. All right. Let's see. I think we're caught up. Michael, okay, be back later. All right, so let's back up to a perfect circle. Side question, do you have any thoughts on what's driving the weakness? Lots of Fed talk regarding who Biden will pick for now. I don't really, I could probably give you 5 solid reasons as to why we should have weakness in our stock market, but we don't, because a liquidity-driven Fed is kind of propping up assets across the board. You got an asset, they'll buy it. And that's not really a market in terms of price discovery and things like that. But it's the market we have, and so it's the market we have to trade, we have to deal with. But again, I could give you 5 reasons as to why. I don't know if this weakness is going to really materialize. I think at the end of the day, if we're looking like this at the end of the day, I'm going to be very comfortable in my SPXS, my short position. Because what that would be a definitively closing candle on red on lows under the 10 SMA that's been holding us up. So if that happens, well, this is just a foregone conclusion. But more than likely, that 50-day moving average is looming kind of nicely down there. That would be a very healthy pullback for the market. But, I don't know where we go from there. I'm constantly using, I think I even coined it, it's my phrase. You got to pay me a royalty if you use it. The chart must confirm the story. So yeah, I go on and rant about the Fed and, kind of the artificial market of price discovery that we do have. But that doesn't mean that I'm right in terms of price direction. This is telling me the chart does not confirm that story. So I like, whether it's a small cap stock and they're a drone company or an EV and there's a lot of hype. But if the stock's in a downtrend, the chart is not confirming the story. So I need to have a technical reason as to why I want to be in something. So yeah, I could give you a lot of reasons. The new, I don't even think it's going to matter who the new Fed chairman is, because he's just one person. He still has a board of governors, and they're still going to act the way they act. They're still going to front run and inside trade, all the things they've been accused of doing. So I don't think a new Fed chairman is really going to make a huge difference. We'll see. Yes, will you show the race car that you showed last night? I couldn't find it. Yeah, you can't find it because it is a beta version, developer's version. See, I'm on the latest version, just to show you, 5.5.50. And that is the version that says, all right, if you have a top list here, we can right click, go down to real-time stock race. Let's just let this run for 10 minutes. And we're going to, now, this drop-down menu, based on, it's pulling all of my columns here. So the idea of looking at a top list, trying to figure out what's moving up and what's moving down can be kind of daunting with all that data in there. But notice I've got a relative volume over here on the right. I've got a relative volume column. And what it's going to do when I click play, I'm going to change this to relative volume. We're going to have a race on over the next 10 minutes. Which stocks of the top 5 symbols, we're going to be able to go to 10. I'll just launch it now so you can see. All right, you can see we've got 5. These are the top 5 names pulled from this top list. Now they're in a race car format, and the race is on. There's room for 5 more, so we'll have room for the top 10 stocks in any top list, and you'll be able to use that drop-down menu based on change. But I wouldn't want to see things based on change because, if you're looking to buy, you probably don't want to chase new highs. I'm looking on things that are heating up, maybe with relative volume. Okay, so right out of the gate, CAR is having a bigger increase in relative volume over the last 2 minutes than the other 4. Let's pull up CAR and see what's going on over there. All right, so maybe, let's see. Yeah, it's kind of a difficult daily chart there. For whatever reason, in the moment, of all 5 stocks, CAR is doing the best relative volume. Oh, we just had a little shuffle there. And it looks like Blink is in second. Oh, now CAR moved back a little bit. So it's just a different way to visualize the data. Some people like it, some people don't. But we'll build things for anybody that wants it. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's always a priorities list. So, Pamela, does that answer your question? Yes. When you get the new beta version, the next time you hear about a beta version release of Trade Ideas, more than likely you're going to have this feature in there. So I'm just going to close that. Any T window, any top list will have that menu item available to you, real-time stock race. But you got to wait for the beta version. We're still working out the bugs and we're still adding a few features. But it's an interesting way of looking at data. Yeah, so it's not out yet for the public. All right, Mark. Hello, Mark. What's your favorite scan for finding shorts midday? Okay, so I talked a lot about not chasing, trying to be a contrarian. So let's start from that level, a contrarian. Okay. I'm just going to kind of riff off the top of my head here. You know, some of you have heard me talk about this blue line here. This is a 5-day moving average. It's the only other average I use midday. So let's use this as a key. Let's build a scan that gives us a stock that's bouncing up into its 5-day average. It's because you're asking about a day trade, I think, your favorite scan for finding shorts midday. So I would like to fade something that's maybe down but has gotten a little bit of a bounce up. And the key is to find it exactly where we want to see it at that moment in time. And I would say, again, looking for something that bounces up, and then we get notified right here. As opposed to, you're watching, and then this wick right here, let's say you go ahead and pull the trigger and you short sell. There's an old adage, and it's don't short in the hole. What does shorting in the hole mean? Shorting in the hole means you're chasing momentum to the downside. So just like I like to wait for a pullback to buy something for a long on the intraday, I would wait for a bounce up to fade midday. So I don't have a favorite scan that already does that. I've got something that's similar. Let's take a look. Let's find it here. Jam up and sell. I have a jam down and buy, and I also have, I think this is a docked window. Let's bring that in. Yep. Oops. Okay. So docked window here, jam down and buy, jam down microcap. So this one might fit the bill for what you're looking at. Let's look at the configuration here. Well, first let's look at a couple stocks. Okay, this scan is referencing the daily chart, and it's referencing the 10-day simple moving average. So this is kind of like I was saying with the 5-day moving average. Maybe I'll detour away from that, but you can see how it held there, has support, interestingly enough. But if we want to fade things, and fading is going short after a nice run-up, this is a scan that I've already got working. And so if we open it up and look at it, what's happening? What's happening is it's a new high, but it's doing it change from the 10 SMA daily. So we're referencing this daily line right there. So as you can see, as the price popped up and wicked through that 10 SMA, this alert would have said, hey, this is a new high, but it's a new high at a level that might likely fail. And I'll go ahead and give you this. Let's look at a few more and see if there's anything interesting in here. Okay, there's one. 745 GRVI at 513. Ooh, that's a good one. Look at this. Oh my God, it picked the top. So markup, horizontal line right there at 513. I'm getting that 513 from this alert right here. So at 513, GRVI made a new high, but it's doing so on the daily chart at a very precarious location. And of course, as designed, that was a nice fade right there, wasn't it? That orange line corresponds to the daily 10 SMA. I don't know if we're going to find any other ones that look as good. GRFS. Nope, that one blew right through. Not bad. SBLK at 1913. 1913 is right there. So that was more on the open. So that would be the concept that I would use to try and find intraday shorts. Rule number 1, do not short a new low. You're shorting in the hole. You're just asking to get bounced out. Wait for the bounce out and find a level that makes sense and fade and go short after a nice little upward movement. And a scan like this could probably help you. So we'll go ahead. I'm going to duplicate into free floating window. I'll give you this. Now you can notice on there I've also got the opposite, the jam down and buy. Okay, so I think I got this copied for you, Mark. Let's see, save, copy. So jam up and sell. Yeah, originally I thought maybe I'd build a scan using that intraday 5-day moving average, but I would always defer to the daily chart. And the daily chart, I'm very much, and have been for many, many, many years, sold on the 10-day SMA and the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. It just shows me momentum in both time frames. They both hold the momentum nicely. All right, so I'm going to close this docked window. I had both of them in there. Buy the rumor, sell the news. Yeah, that's true, Dave. I forgot what context we were talking about that. Maybe we were talking about that with the Fed and the SPY. Yeah, I kind of thought that was coming. I probably should have just loaded it to begin with. Oops. So I'll give you the the whole docked window there, because I've split up the two of them, one of them into smaller stocks, microcaps. So I can share this entire docked window, or as you saw me do, if you don't like the docked window, you can just say, you know, the jam down and buy was the one I want. Let's just duplicate that into a free floating window. We'll use that and then get rid of the, matter of fact, I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Forget the docked window. I've got you a free floating copy here. All right. Oh yeah, who's going to be Fed chairman? Buy the rumor, sell the news. Well, I suppose if they made Michael Burry from The Big Short, if they made him Fed chairman, that might spook a few people. Actually, I heard that he covered his shorts. Not quite like the movie where he just played drums while his shorts went against him. In the movie The Big Short, he would just go play drums, shake it off. But I think he threw in the towel. He was trying to short Tesla. He was trying to short a lot of things. You know, Michael Burry, smart guy on the spectrum, extremely smart guy, but he was fighting the story. He was fighting the chart. The chart was not confirming his story. It just kept going against him. And you can't fight the technicals. Whatever you think doesn't matter to the market. The crowd wins, or the Fed wins, either way. All right, I think we're caught up. Give me 1 minute, guys. I'm going to refresh my coffee. I'll be right back in 1 minute. All right, I'm back. Yes, Dave, you can't swim at Niagara Falls. You know, I love the analogy. Somebody once told me it was more of a life lesson, life analogy, that you put your canoe into the river and you can do one of two things. You can start paddling and try to get upstream, but that takes a lot of effort. You don't get very far. Or you can just let the bow of the canoe get taken by the current, point downstream, and live life going downstream, merrily, 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 gently down the stream. Fighting the current, whether you're trading stocks or living life, is not fruitful. It also drives you crazy. All right, we got about 15 minutes or so left. We can talk about whatever you want. Let's go into the AI real quick and look at the risk management. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to look at every single one. The first one's a short. There's no reason to get out of this short. However, intraday, it's behaving to the short side. Moving averages are pinning the price down, but at some point, I mean, we are right here on that 20-day. I could see, a potential. So let's say you were short the stock. This would be a perfect example of being contrarian. You're short this stock, go ahead and take a third or a half off right here because it makes sense too on the daily chart. And you're doing it in a contrarian fashion. You're not waiting for it to break back above. So, that's a good example right there of letting a winner run. This one snuck in here, TCIF. Okay. So there was our long. We had a nice push from 17.22 up to 19. You look at the daily chart. Whoa, it was really extended up here. And matter of fact, it was so extended, it ran right into these two things here. So this, in hindsight, of course, is perfectly clear, would have been another excellent example of taking some off the table in a contrarian fashion. Way above the moving averages. You're just asking for a reversion to the mean. And you took some off when everybody was buying. You were a seller when they were buying, and it made sense because it was resistance on the daily. But now, fast forward, there's our signal candle right there. It basically started to break down and close through the 10 SMA. So now we're back in no man's land, just chopping back down here, and it's back to a flat. So taking half off when you could would have been a nice example. And again, the AI stop doesn't matter. We're giving ourselves a much tighter stop now using this moving average. If I scroll back a little bit right there, that should have been holding, and that should have been pushing back to highs if it wanted to go. But it expended all of its energy early, and now it's just breaking down midday. There's no reason to be back in that trade. Saba. Okay, another good example of, let's see, in the daily. It didn't really make sense on the daily, but that's where it bounced. And signal candle right there, that green candle closed above the declining 10 SMA on a short. And we haven't really looked back since. It's just kind of chopped back and forth. Now the price is gathering itself around a curling 10 SMA here, which is going to now start possibly acting as support. Daily chart, we've had a lot of selling coming into today, so it could be exhaustion selling, he tried to say. VRX, we talked about this one earlier with Ignacio. And look, it's starting to threaten a little bit here, okay? This is really where it needs to hold. Let's look at the daily. How high did it get? Okay, so it broke above those resistance points there. And boy, it could be suspect. Things don't seem to like to stay very long in new high territory. They like to get kind of choppy. But still intact. What do we got? 10 minutes left on this candle. If this candle closes below that 10 SMA, it's roughly going to be a flat trade. I'd get out of it. I would not even consider sticking around for, as again, the AI suggested stop. We just want to use our momentum line. As long as momentum is intact, the price will stay and close above that price. This was the one that got Ignacio, ARNC. It was a tough one. Almost an immediate reversal after the buy. And then again, in this particular case, the 10 SMA and the suggested AI stop were pretty much in the same neighborhood here. And it just got really, really messy. To start with, that's kind of a messy daily chart, to be honest with you. Again, anytime I pull up a chart, whether it's to look at a chart for you guys or on my own, I'm not starting on the 15-minute. I'm starting on the left side, the daily, and then zooming in from there. And if it doesn't make sense on the daily, there's no reason to really zoom in. I could see on the daily why that probably looked really good on the open, but boy, this is a downtrending stock and it's having a difficult time fighting above that 50-day. The last one on the day was another stop hit. This was a long, and boy, I tell you what, this is one of those cases where the AI finds a long that's underneath the 10 SMA. Probably wouldn't have even wanted to take that trade if I saw it in my own discretion. So the first order of business was to get these candles above that 10 SMA, and we never did that. They just kind of chopped and grinded back down. You don't want to grade yourself at the end of each day. You want to grade yourself at the end of the week or the end of the month. And like I said earlier, see how many good tickets you cashed versus how many tickets you had to throw in the trash. And hopefully it comes out in net positive. What do I see on Walmart? Looking at the daily first, looks pretty bad. Looks like it's got a date with It looks like it's at least going to try and fill that gap back here at 141.75. But it's so close, it's in the neighborhood. Why not knock on the door of the 200-day? So see how the 200-day back here acted as support, and then it became resistance, resistance, resistance. And then it blew through resistance, and resistance should become support again. That's what we would call a pivot line. So I would see Walmart as a good contrarian. If it's something you're stocking and you really want to get into, set a price alert somewhere close to that 200-day. So you'd probably come in here, right click, create a price alert, put your notes in there. 200 SMA bounce, question mark, question mark. And that is your notes. And if the price comes down today or tomorrow and gets close to this 200-day, you've just used this feature, create price alert, you've turned it into a alert. So you've identified ahead of the time what your trading plan would be. You just need to know in real time when that happens. Buying it here, you're probably just asking for a grind down there and then a test. So why not just wait for the test of the 200 SMA and see what happens? You'll notice again, we have a new feature here, which is not on your versions yet, but will be. The E. I'm sure Barry's talked a lot about this. A small E box now denotes the day. You can see the volume bar and the gap down earnings. So yes, November 16th, Walmart had earnings. Now when stocks disappoint or people don't like the earnings, I like to at least give it 3 days. So maybe coming down and washing out at this 200-day moving average tomorrow might be the good 3-day plan, where you wait for the weak hands to just throw up their hands and say, oh, okay, earnings are bad, I'm getting out. It doesn't always happen on the first day. It's very unusual to see a stock that disappoints earnings and gaps down and gets hammered. It's very difficult to see those recover back the same day. You got people that are working and they come home and they read the news like, oh man, I'm just going to put in my stop order, good till canceled, stop tomorrow. They take out your stop the next day and they keep going. So it takes a couple days to wash out the weak hands after you get bad earnings. Is there any way to get price alerts sent to SMS? I don't know if price alerts can be sent to SMS. There's a big push going on here to get more trade ideas onto more mobile. And we're doing that, but we're having to build a few things behind the scenes first. So where you could theoretically in the future come in here at your desktop platform, set a price alert, and then you're on your way out and about doing your thing, and you start to get more alerts on your phone. As you can see, Trade Ideas is very complex. It's not really easy to just translate all of this into a mobile phone app. But the first step for us is going to be price alerts and certain scans and certain things that we do want to see. We can get notified. That'll be the very first step. But right now, I wouldn't even trust the SMS system. Sometimes the phone carriers take a good 3 minutes before you even get that SMS through the pipe and the plumbing. So I don't trust it. All right, we've got a few more minutes before Barry comes back. A couple of positions I am in. I've actually got a stop order in this one. Good till canceled stop at 58.84. I just thought maybe a couple days ago, and we're bleeding through it now, so I'm not really interested in this one anymore. I was really interested in this one back here when it hit that 20-day SMA and above the 10 SMA, but these last 2 days have been rather disappointing. So I have a very tight stop on that one. It's already in. This was a SPAC that started to get some noise last week. I guess the rumor is that one of the cannabis publications, Leafly.com, is going to merge into this shell SPAC, but that's just conjecture. But I was able to get it early way back here at the 10.05 level. I'm just sitting in that one. I've been rather bullish on silver for a while, and I like the way it's consolidating up here. It's one of the silver funds. This one is not one of my favorites. I got hammered hard on this one, and I didn't get out. And I'm okay admitting that because I'm not trading silver. I'm more kind of investing in it. So I did not expect that. Apparently, when you invest in silver mining or gold mining companies, all sorts of crazy things can happen, like foreign governments shaking down the mining company for renewal of the permit, which was the case over there. But anyway, I digress. Okay, two more. One for Dave and one for Perfect Circle. Let's see. So Microsoft and Costco. Love Costco. Boy, I've been, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like the supply chain thing is going to hit us hard. So every time my wife and I go to Costco, we buy more toilet paper, more paper towels, more paper plates, more cat litter, stuff like that. And our garage has become kind of a stockpile, more water, just in case. So I love Costco. Microsoft peeked its head out. Probably one of the reasons the Qs were so strong today. Peeked its head up above. Ooh, reversal in the NASDAQ too. How about that? I don't know. I'm feeling like we're due for a pullback, Dave. I don't know if I trust much of anything up here, and that would include Microsoft. It does look good, but we can simply use our rule of thumb, a close below the rising 10 SMA, probably be a good signal to get out. And the other one, Costco, same kind of a story over there. Looks very much like the S&P. Look at how it rode that 10 SMA perfect. This is the kind of stuff I look for on the A table. When I see that consolidation, let's just back up in time. If I saw that on the A table, I would be a buyer at the close for something like that. If I really wanted in that stock, that's a good-looking move. Good-looking consolidation from which a decent move came out of that consolidation. But now I feel like we've had 4 or 5 green days. Just keep an eye on the market. If the market makes new lows here for whatever reason, so you could say, all right, alert me if the S&Ps make a new low. And if they do, then you might need to watch a few of your positions. Ideally, what probably is really going to come into play is this 5-day moving average here. I'll be watching closely how the S&Ps manage at the 5 days. You can see support, support, support only 3 or 4 days ago. So if the bulls are intact and the buyers are intact, this should be support. But I'm kind of playing on a little hunch here, and I'm not trying to pick a top in the market. I'm just trying to create some action. Again, a little bit of divergence in the S&P. So Costco and Microsoft are probably going to follow what the market does. Just keep an eye on that. All right. Perfect Circle will use Trend Spider as well, and that works nicely, but would like to get to a place where I have everything through Trade Ideas. Yeah, well, that's our idea too. Perfect Circle is to try and make Trade Ideas the hub. Before I go and ask Barry to come back, one of the ideas in concept going forward is in Brokerage Plus is to not have your stop orders sitting at the brokerage, because the brokerage will sell your stop orders. Your stop orders are visible to the dark pools and the citadels and all those other market making algorithms and quants. The idea would be for people using Trade Ideas, Trading Brokerage Plus, your stop orders reside on our server. And we can honestly tell you nobody gets to see our server. So it's like you're truly getting a hidden old school stop market order that cannot be picked off and exploited by the citadels and the other ones. All right, guys, that was a good hour. As always, I'm a little talked out, so I'm going to have Barry come in and pick up the slack. And I'll see you guys next time. You're welcome, Dave. All right, Barry says he's back in. All right, guys, thank you. Always a pleasure. Talk to you guys next time.
Yeah, no, I see on it. I know it had the upgrade this morning, $48 or something. Yeah, so it's above that upgrade price of 48. Great. No, there's a great IPO. I mean, it didn't really do too much the first 2 months. Okay, but look at this month, half the month, and it's just exploded from 33 to 52. Had the Credit Suisse upgrade to 40, I think it was 48, so obviously above that now. That's a very low number of shares, so you know what did I say? 8 million shares or something for the BRZE. I mean, a very low number of shares. And look at the price of 65 IPO, launched at 87.20. Let's just take a look at the IPO calendar for next week. Was it 90 million? I thought it said. I'm just going by what I quickly read. I'm just looking at what I see here. It says 8 million. So but let's take a look at what is upcoming for next week. Is there anything kind of cool next week? Oops. Well, I guess I have to wait. Interesting. I have to wait. So there is still some. What are we now? Wednesday. We're on the 17th, so we still have some coming up. We have. I don't think. No, this will be a SPAC. Kinder Learning Companies. Okay, or Kinder. Sorry, Kinder. Some big guys behind this one. $18, 18 to 21. Sweet Green. What are you all about? Sounds like maybe a, and then there's FinWise Bancorp. Man, you know what? This could be interesting. Only 3 million shares at 10, and then this one, I thought it was a Snowflake. Snow Lake Resources. Looks like maybe a lithium play. 2.9 at 650. You know, these really cheap ones, they can have silly runs on the day of. Let's see what Sweet Green is though. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was some kind of a food company, fastest growing restaurant company. All right. And let's take a look at, I think that's it. Surprised this is not showing me for next week. Quick question, flatten, it means get out of the trade. So if I want to get out of a trade, so let's say I want to get out of this yellow trade right now, okay? If you can see my screen, highlight it, you highlight it, see how I've highlighted? Flatten just flattens, gets you out of the trade. Okay, if I flatten it, I'll be out of the trade. This is in the simulator. It'll take me out of the trade. You'll see that position will turn to 0. Come on, okay? So that gets me out of the trade. I could get out of half the trade or I could double my position, okay? You can also, of course, use the sell button if you didn't want to flatten completely or get out of, half. If you wanted to get out of, you had 300 shares, you want to get out of 100 shares, you would use the sell button and pick the price. But these are just hotkeys, just quick hotkeys. You're welcome. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can use the hotkeys if you want, or just. I mean, it's not. If you don't want to get out of the entire. Well, you heard what I said. There's not too many. I mean, flatten, yeah, out of it, half or double, or just go to the sell button and pick how many shares. Not quite as an exciting day with the AI today as we've had the last 2 days. The Sava was, I mean, it was a good trade, but it was a difficult trade, if you know what I mean. This was not an easy one to manage or anything, And I should have known better. I mean, look, I made a little bit of money on it, but I should have known better because what happened is I was concentrating on this so much that I was missing a few others that I should have been in. Not from the AI necessarily. Well, the tattooed chef I should have been in, but I had to concentrate on this so much. Right around it. Look how whippy it was. I mean, it almost got stopped out too. But this is a highly emotional stock right now. And let's see, ODT is breaking down. ODT is breaking down, and looky. Sorry. All-time low. ODT, all-time low now. Looks like that SEV is not going to do it. Not today, anyway. I'll keep this alert in here. It might happen tomorrow, and if not, well, just move on. Oh, I see. You guys are talking about AFMD. I see it's from the option scanner also. But you look left, and what do you see? I see 1716. I see, well, 1734. That's not terrible. But 1725, 725, I mean, not 17. Just too much resistance, I think. If it can get through all this, yeah, maybe. But to me, it's just a little bit too much resistance. There's a big float, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. I just think there's too much resistance. So, consequently, it's a pass for me. I can't check that box. That doesn't mean it's not going to go crazy, but I just try to put the odds in my favor, the way I see things, and am I wrong? Sometimes I'm wrong many times, but rarely will I take a trade unless I can check all my boxes. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely somewhat extended. All right, guys. Well, things have slowed down quite a bit for me. Slowed down quite a bit for me. Though the ODT continues to move down, I I don't know what was going on here. Something was going on here. I mean, if you had seen this, if you'd seen this and it was up higher, you would say this is a buyout. But I don't. So I don't know what's going on here with this ODT. For those of you who are looking for a little bit of excitement, the Sava, you can just kind of see, yeah, it takes out that 49.20-ish or so, and it's got 70 cents to go. It's over that 49, and the next high is 49.63. After that, I mean, this could have a bit of a run in it, but remember, all the news that hit today on it. And share size accordingly, and don't wander away from your computer if you were going to do anything like this. Didn't they just have a big financing again, or thought I read something about that? No, I see. Yeah, it's 23% pop. Look at the volume. This used to be a Wall Street bets play back here on this. I think all throughout here. BMTX did, not BCTX. BCTX, let's take a look. Okay, so the reason it didn't, it meets all the requirements except one. And I've got a relative volume minimum of 3. Okay, so yeah, it has a 3,000 or 2,000 contracts. It's obviously above that. And 664%, that's obviously above 300%. It's in the right price range, but it doesn't have the right relative volume. I have a minimum of 3. So that's why it wouldn't hit. Okay, yeah, if it's an AI alert, so you're right, from Sava, if you look at and you see the blue arrow down, that means there's a short. It's the only one. So even if you Yeah, and when I say the only one, it's the only one where the direction would be down. If you see it down, that means it was an AI short. And if you see it up, now the only thing is though that you can see other up arrows, blue arrows, and they're not AI alerts. The only you can tell if it's an AI alert if there's anything in the y-axis. Okay, so you'll see the y-axis, you'll see the stop, you'll see the entry price. Okay, there is that upward blue arrow. Well, that's also how you can tell when it's an AI alert. The blue arrow, otherwise, the upward blue arrow, on clicking on anything else, that's just telling you, okay, at butterfly, BFLY, at 10:56, at 8:95, I got an alert. There it is. It's telling me the candle on the 15-minute chart, telling me the candle on the 5-minute chart. I'd have to back it up to see what it is on the 2-minute chart. So it lets you visually see what did it do after that alert. Now, obviously it did great, before it pulled back a little bit. And if you see some buy and sell flags on higher time frames, daily charts, monthly charts, and weekly charts, all that means is those were previous AI alerts. That's all that means. It's just saying, you know what? At some point, for whatever reason, the AI loved EVOP in order to, as an alert. I'm not saying loved it to buy it or to sell it, but in fact, that many were sells. Okay, at some point. This is on a monthly chart. If you hover over, you'll see exactly what happened on that day. The entry 2055, exit 2040. No big deal. But you see, so the idea is that maybe you go back and you say, okay, what happened from an AI alert, a few months ago? What happened, or a few weeks ago, or a few days ago, if you see it on a daily chart? That's all that is. It's just showing you where previous AI alerts were. RBLX reversal? You mean reversal from that little gap down? I don't know. I mean, maybe, but this of course is I guess one of the big ones for the metaverse guys. This is one of those ones, along with well, this must be the king. Look at the run it's had. So this was an IPO a few months ago. Had a great couple of months, and then did nothing for 1, 2, 3 months. You're sitting on a bunch of dead money. And then it was last month, wasn't it, when the metaverse was announced? It wasn't early this month, was it? At any rate, this is one of those stocks, along with MTTR. I think that is also one of those ones where people are talking about being part of the new metaverse. VUZI, VUZI. Yeah, we'll be able to strap on our goggles and get into the virtual Trade Ideas trading room. Have a bunch of you running around in your avatars and yelling at me. Yeah, I'll bring Monita in, and also Chloe. So you remember I was showing you how you can take a pullback trade, okay? We put it in for TTCF. I was demonstrating a pullback trade, and we put it at it was on 1771, okay? You can just, I know it's hard to see right now, but that's a very faint blue line. When I was demonstrating how you could take a pullback, that line was really dark blue. And I did this early on in the day when I was showing how to use a simulator. So you see it took the trade, and then now it did dip a lot, quite frankly. But it popped right back up. And so now up 117 on that. And because I'm wary of that whole number, I'll flatten my trade, flatten it, and get out of the trade. Again, this is all in the simulator. Yeah, they can't keep going up and up and up and up. Eventually, something will happen, but so why don't we do this? Why don't we, you guys throw out some stocks that I'll take in the simulator. You've got to give me where the stop is, though. Okay. And let's keep it under, say, $50 anyway. And we'll start doing some of that in the simulator. But you have to have a stop. You have to tell me where the stop is. Then that'll share size me. I'm going to risk $100 in the simulator. Nobody has any ideas. Interesting. Or they don't know where the stop is. And I won't even question the stop. I'll just do it. Nah. Can't do that. Not with a 20-cent stop. That's too. I think you're kidding. 20-cent stop on a $54 stock. No, back up. Okay, let's take a look at NNOX. Okay, 1935 with a stop at 1955. So that's a 20-cent stop. No, that's easy. That'd be 500 shares. And we'll sell. And yeah, it'll be an approximate. Okay, and we put the stop at 1955. Let's see how it works. Okay, somebody's talking about Optinose, OPTN. Okay, let's make the stop 170, 175, 178, okay? Or, yeah, 178. That means you take 1,000 shares, buy it at the market. And my stop is at 178. So you see what I'm doing? I'm just, people are throwing out ideas. I'm risking $100 on the trade. This is not quite because when you asked me to do, well, yeah, the spread was a little bit tougher, so that's why it's not quite correct. Should have more shares actually. Let's take a look at DraftKings. So you're talking about going long? Okay, so that's going to be, I'm going to say it's going to be about 450 shares. Buy it at the market. And stop is at 37.76. See, these are all approximates, and I'm trying to risk $100 on the trade, okay? So on the fly, I'm just kind of dividing, taking the difference between the entry and the stop, dividing that into 100. So these are the three that were thrown out to me. Okay, so there's a not, so nothing has happened so far. I think that's the one. Yeah, so this is not correct, okay? This is a reverse split. So it looks like it's up 247%. Our provider has not updated the fact that it was a 1-for-4 reverse split. Okay, so that's why. Saw that also right off the top. You know, when I was doing my pre-market work, I said, "Wow, what's happening here?" And then you read, and it's a 1-for-4 reverse split. Okay. So in other words, this was a 70-cent stock yesterday. Okay, guys. Well, nothing is really shaking on my end. Nothing. really no new alerts coming in. Nothing's making new highs, new lows. Though the RSKD just showed up on the option scan on the way down. Boy, what a great two day short this has been. All time low. And I see my IQ that I'm completely out of now, of course, but still hovering around that 7 mark. I mean, listen, if it gets down through 7, I may reshort the whole thing again. All right, so I see we got taken out of the NNOX short. Okay, that's how that worked. $85 loss. So was that you, Kat? Who asked that? Was that Kathy? Who asked that? Kathy, yes. Okay, so had you done it, that's what would have happened. And if you managed it, with a $100 limit on the loss, that's what would have happened. Now you can say to yourself, well, maybe this is a better bounce play now. You know, the other two are just kind of hanging around the same price. Nothing has really happened. But you see how putting your stop in takes all the emotion out of it. Okay, you put your stop in. Now, if you don't have, now of course you can do this in the simulator, no problem. But if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, then of course you can't use this. But your broker will have will have a way of doing the same thing in terms of placing a stop. So again, if you are a person that has a really, really tough time obeying your stop, you get all emotional about your trades, well, this is a good way to do it. You just put the stop in, you take your manageable loss and move on. I'm just using this as an example, the NNOX. I mean, you might think, come on, it's going to come back down. It's at 1971. Earnings play, it's been beaten up, all-time low. But you know what? Even these horrible ones can have a little mini bounce in them during the day. This could get back up to 21. And so instead of that $85 loss, you're staring at a $300 loss or $400 loss. So it takes all the emotion out of trading if you're having a difficult time obeying your stop. Yes, and what about it? GMAB, I see GMAB. This is boy, that's an ugly, I'm going to say this must be a foreign, you can just tell by the daily chart how gappy it is. Copenhagen, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't what you want me to tell you or suggest. I mean, it's trying to come out of this area here, and maybe it will. The high in the pre-market was 43 something. Not my cup of tea, really, but I didn't see. Did you, Shady? I didn't see. If you popped that in, I didn't see. So, what was your stop for VREX? I mean, this is just basing here. This looks like it's a. If I didn't know any better, I think this was a buyout. The way it's just basing. Yeah, I have no take on that. I mean, first of all, a lot of the stuff that we do, the algos aren't interested, in my opinion. So I don't pay any attention to it. Okay, so you want to take a conditional buy order of VREX at 30.42 with a stop at 30.05. Okay, let's make that that's approximately 40 cents. Okay, so that means I'd be able to take 250 shares with a $100 loss if the trade turned against me, and you wanted 30.42. So we'll get 30.42 in both boxes. This is actually kind of interesting. Maybe I'll start doing a little more of this, guys. You can throw out stocks that you're interested in. You always have to have a stop to tell me. And do this, maybe make it a little more interesting. So you see the blue line right there. So if it gets up here, now I will have to remember to add my stop. Unfortunately, I can't do it until I'm in the trade. And Al, that's my opinion, of course, okay? I mean, you hear it all the time that, you put a stop in and the algos are seeking you out and all that. I mean, look, that's been around for a long, 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 long time. I have never, ever paid any attention to it. Mainly, I think because of the stuff that I look at, they don't care about it. And then Real is chiming in with urban myth. So, our opinions, of course. Boy, Mitt. I remember Mitt. Mitt back in these days. This day. Look at the slide this one took from 48 down to 8. And this is a monthly candle, but I guarantee it didn't take a month to do that. Can't really remember what happened here. This is over a few days. Yeah, this ODT keeps inching its way down. Okay, JWEL, and I'll look at yours, Jay. JWEL. Wow, yeah. Is this a It's a holding company, but okay. Yeah, what a ramp up for sure. I don't know. I mean, I guess this was an IPO. All right, MVST. Somebody wants me to look at MVST. Okay, so a stop, so a 10-cent stop, approximately. Okay, so again, means I can take 1,000 shares. Okay, so I took the trade at 919. I'm going to put the stop at 909, okay, instead of 907. Just to keep the math a little bit easier. Where are you? All right. So we've got 4 trades. 3 trades now. Yeah, we got stop out of the NONX and NOX. So we've got three suggestions from the audience. I agree, Denver. I'm kind of falling asleep right now, but that first hour for me was probably one of the more intense first hours I've had, just because of the stupid Sava. So here's the thing. I mean, I'm a person. I don't have to be in a trade all the time. So the fact that, but I know some of you just they need the action all day long. I would try to counter that somehow. If because I think that what happens is people try to invent ways to take a trade, just because they got to have the action. There are ebbs and flows during the day. Obviously, obviously the first hour, it's always going to be the most intense, the most moves. It depends on your time zone, yes, Becca. Yeah, I know people that don't trade after like go from 9:30 or pre-market till say 11:30, and then they wrap it up. I mean, I can just tell for me because I'm getting no new alerts. So why would I try to hunt for anything? Okay, I mean, if I don't get an alert for the rest of the day, so be it. I've done pretty well on the day. So let's see, are any of these doing anything? So MVST, okay, not much, a penny. Yell is not one of them. I'm just OPTN doing nothing. And the DraftKings. How come you guys are giving me things that don't move? Other than the one that we got stopped out on. That moved. Okay, so when you ask me, do I have a favorite alert? I think what you really mean is a favorite scan. Yeah, I mean, I've got my moving higher with unusually strong options. Said it before, I'll say it again. If I could only have one for the rest of my time at Trade Ideas, that'd be the one. And again, that's one of the ones I'm sharing. This is what it looks like. Don't get too many alerts during the day. And it's called, it's one of the alerts I'm sharing, or scans I'm sharing, not alerts. So for instance now, guys, I mean, if I get into a trade and I just don't like the way it's trading, and I'm not talking about, I mean, I wouldn't get out of this one, the MVST. I wouldn't get out of it. It's still, it's there. It's above the whole number. But if I don't like the way something is trading, I don't have to wait for the stop. The stop, as I have explained a few times, my stop is the worst I want to do on the trade. But I always reserve the right to get out earlier if I just don't like the way it's trading. That scanner is pre-built. Yeah, so I'm sharing a lot of scans, Full Penguin. I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you go to my home page, pre-built by me. I mean, it's not, you're not going to find it on a Trade Ideas website. You find it on my home page. But that's mine but I'm a momentum trader. So I like to see things at or near the high of the day or at or near the low of the day. Some don't like that. Some would rather, take a pullback, wait for a pullback to a certain price and take a trade. That's not my style, and that doesn't mean that's a bad style. It's just that I've determined that for me, I want to concentrate on one style of trading, and that's it. So if you click on my link, the link I popped into the room, so this is what you'll see. So here it is. Here are my scans. And this is the one I'm talking about. Moving higher with unusually strong options. And this is a sample layout. But all sorts of other scans that I've created that I'm sharing. And again, Full Penguin and anybody else, you can always modify my scans, all right? So for instance, this is what this is looking for. You might want to expand the price range. Maybe you want to have between 1 and 50. That's completely up to you. I mean, if you want to adjust these, you can do it. You won't get the same sort of alerts I'm getting. But you want to adjust the price range, fine. But having a current volume of at least 3, a minimum of 2,000 contracts, which would have to represent at least 300% of normal, 3 times normal, up from the previous close. Okay, so that means the stock is up for the day. These are the ones that are going to limit the number of alerts you get to hopefully quality alerts. You start reducing these, and yeah, you'll get more alerts, but they may not be like the greatest of quality. Some might be. You might get one that's great and four that aren't. So my feeling is that instead of, I'd rather have a very easy list to look at all day long as opposed to, 30 stocks I got to run through. But that's up to you. All right, there goes DraftKings. Yahoo! We have a leader, DraftKings. Yeah, I think I'll do this every day. Just take, especially in the afternoon when it gets a little bit slow, just field some from stocks from the audience, maybe up to 4 at a time. Okay, Robert, I have three 32-inch 4K monitors. Yeah, so I'm not I'm not a scalper like that, John. Okay, so I can't really recommend anything. I mean, these are potential shorts, just the flip of the unusually strong options. Instead of moving higher, moving lower. But I can't recommend anything. Like, it depends. What do you mean by quick scalping? I mean, it may appear sometimes that that's what I do, but I'm not going into the trade with that idea. Like look at IQ as an example. I mean, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That was almost a 2-hour hold as an example, but I'll take that. So I don't know what you mean by quick scalping. I mean, some people have very different ideas. We have a gentleman, he keeps asking, I want to get into a stock with a 3-cent gain and a 1-cent stop. You can't do it. Not automated, and not with slippage, not with. You're up against guys who are paying billions of dollars to get, half an inch closer to the exchange. So. I can't tell you approaching VWAP. I mean, you can set up an alert that crosses the VWAP. All right, so you can then use. Okay, so you could try. I mean, I don't know if this is not necessarily, but I mean, I don't use this scan right now, but it's called bouncers toppers. Okay, and it would look like this. I think I still have it. I think it still one of the ones I'm sharing. Yeah, bouncers toppers. So let's take a look at what it looks like. But you should be following guys like Real and William and Zach, because they're all over, stocks that have had a parabolic move, and then they're looking to short that move on the way down. Okay, I would do more of that if I could pay a little more attention. But this, at least. I'm going to break out the toppers. Okay, so these are stocks that have been, what happened here? Hopefully this does, okay, good. Give me a moment. There we go. So this is what it's looking for. Okay, stocks at between 1 and 50, 500 have had at least 5 minute candles up in a row. It's above the VWAP, and the RSI is at least 78. You know, a lot of people think a higher RSI means it's overbought, therefore it has to start dropping at some point. You know, 5 candles in a row, you would think something has to start dropping at a certain point. So you'll get two alert. You'll get a new high alert, which can alert you to this happening, and then you can start watching. And you'll also get a new 5 minute low alert, which means it may have already started down. That's the best I can do. Others might have something else that they've got. Okay, so I just put it in. Okay, so the question from the YouTube room was voice alerts or sound alerts, voice alerts, and the answer is yes. Okay, so in an alert window and the AI and our price alerts window, so I'll do it here. This is exactly what you'll see in an alert window also. But if you right click and then actions, okay, and then you just check the play sound, and then you can set up, then you click the setup sound. So you can have one of your, if you want to have text, if you want the AI to read out the symbol to you, then you pick text to speech, okay? And you could do it for one. The reason I say one, only one, you don't want to have all, because you can put the different sound, you can put different sound alerts on your alert window, on your different alert windows that you have, on the price alert window. Give me a moment. I've got too many windows up. Just give me a moment here. What? Just give me a moment, okay? Well, okay. So you can have your price alerts window. You can put a sound alert on it. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. You can choose one text to speech. Again, you don't want to put them all text to speech. Otherwise, you'll never know which window to look at. Okay. And so pick one. You don't have to use text to speech, but a lot of people like it. And then for the rest of them, use the custom sound. Click the select. And then these are 3 folders that we have. Each folder has some sound alerts in them. You can pick one, highlight it, open it, play it. If you like it, then say OK a couple of times, and then that sound alert will get attached to the window that you started. Okay? Now, why is this happening? Oh, there we go. So did that make sense? Again, the context is always right-clicking on your alert window. In the alert window, it's properties, okay? In the AI, you'll see properties immediately, or you'll... I'm sorry, you'll see actions. Sorry. Yeah, in the AI, you'll see actions immediately. You don't have to click on properties. You'll see actions immediately. For everything else, it is right click, properties, and then actions. I don't know why they did that with the AI, but did that make sense? And that's the whole idea too. I mean, first of all, though, try not to have so many alert windows, otherwise you'll get nothing done. But that's the whole idea of our sound alerts. Once you get used to hear it, you'll hear a sound, and you'll know immediately which window to take a look at. How are our things doing? All right, well, I guess we got a winner. Tank is the winner. A modest winner with his DraftKings selection. The guys I mentioned, are you talking to me, John? When are they on and where? So, okay, what you're okay? I think what I said was somebody else may have something. Okay, well, I was thinking maybe somebody in the room might have something that they use. The rest of the guys at Trade Ideas are not scalpers. Okay, so I mean, I could send you to typically I would send you to info@trade-ideas.com, and you might say, "Can I have something like this?" But they're not scalpers. They're longer term traders, so I doubt if they'd be able to help you. Oh, you know what, guys? Something happened here. I don't recall having these columns. Where is that show or window? Okay, John, I don't know what you mean. What are you talking about? What window are you talking about? And what show are you talking about? Okay, guys, I'm trying to catch up to some of these questions. Somebody asked, is there an alert for crossing the VWAP? There is, but with this caveat. Okay, so if you search, first of all, if you're ever wondering if we have something, okay, go to an alert window, right click, configure, search. Okay, so if you're wondering, well, I wonder if Trade Ideas has this sort of indicator or alert, or so somebody asked about VWAP. So just start typing in VWAP, and you'll see what we have. Okay. So we do have cross above and cross below the VWAP. We do have that with this caveat. It requires some volume. So in other words, and it's a sore point among some of our subscribers, because what can happen is when you get the alert, it might be, now I don't know how far away it'll be from the VWAP. I mean, sometimes it could be really far. That's if the stock is just, soaring. Most of the time, though, it'll be right around the alert, but it prevents something from going up and down through the VWAP, okay? Sort of false breakout. So that's why it kind of looks for a little bit of volume also. So you can try this, crossed above or crossed below the VWAP, all right? Yeah, everything is Eastern time, yes. Even though I'm on the West Coast, but I put my computer on East Coast time and Trade Ideas, my broker, it's all on East Coast time. It makes it easier when we talk about, somebody's, I can say I had an alert at 12:51. Nobody has to go, is that Mountain Time, Central Time, West Coast time, Tibet time, So we always refer to everything East Coast time. So what this is telling me right now, say for the DraftKings, okay, DKNG, at one point, I was up $74 in the trade, okay, and now I'm only up $24 in the trade. Now, we're talking 6 cents, okay, 5 cents, but it's a good gauge. If that had been, at one point I was up $400 and I've let it go down, so I'm only up $13. That is not good trading, right? You're right. SEV is looking interesting. You're right. Look at the jump. Look at the volume coming in. Is this a tease or not? Is it going to pop through 30 and keep going for a while? I'm not asking anybody. I'm just this is the question that should be on your mind. Plus, the spread is awful right now. 30-70. So it's a very fluctuating spread, but the good news is some volume came in. A little interest is coming in here. Now again, this is not for everybody. May not even be for me. But so I'm not telling anybody to take this trade, okay? But it's got the interesting name with solar and EV, and it's an IPO today. Then we've got a lot of volume, 27 million, so it's traded quite a bit. Is he German, Mookie? I know it's a German company. Not that it matters, but I'm just curious. Yeah, that's somebody said. Yeah, on it on CNBC. So that's why we're getting the interest right now. That's why. Look at the volume. But it's still, man, it's still whippy. Boy, that is some spread also. Anyway, guys, you're on your. Obviously, I'm just going to say you're on your own in this. I'm not going to even say if I got. I have an idea about what I'm going to do, but I don't want to influence anybody. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea if the company will do well, but it's certainly in the right sector. I mean, that's the name of the game right now. Right sector, EV hot. Combine it with solar. It's hot. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, as I was wandering away from my computer, I could hear that we got stopped out of something, I think. Yeah, we got stopped out of the MVST. You guys are giving me some horrible ones to do. Just kidding. One of the things you can also do, you can put a sound alert. Let's see if I can remember how to do it. In the executions, yes. Okay, so you can put a sound alert also when when it takes a trade. So, for instance, if you had a conditional buy order above or a sell order or a short below, you can get a sound alert for when it actually takes the trade, and you can get a sound alert for when it exits the trade. So I say I had wandered away from my computer. I heard the sound that I've got on here, and I knew that the AI had executed a trade. And it took me out of the MVST trade. So all you have to do is just go to the executions, right click, and actions, and then it's the same deal. Just follow the instructions. MasterCard, boy, what? How much is that one? $300, $400, $300, yeah. What's Visa? Well, Visa, over the last few months has just been drifting down. Oh my God. I'm sorry, guys. I read some of these emails, and nobody in this room. Well, I could be, I suppose, but I swear, you guys try to make trading so complicated. That woke you up, okay? I'm gonna say 56. Are you kidding me? Look at Visa. Visa trying to. It's not an earnings play either. Trying to crack 200. V as in Visa. Wow, no bueno. Look at the user. Look at this one. Well, but I don't think Visa had like a drop on that news. No, maybe it did. Okay, I guess it did. But I don't know when that news hit. If that was pre-market. Yeah, well, I don't know that. That actually was before the market opened in terms of the MasterCard and Costco. Costco. I meant Amazon. I remember wow. It always seemed very strange to me that Costco had this exclusive relationship with American Express. And that's a few years ago, of course. And then because in order to buy anything on credit in Costco, I don't know, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, you had to have an American Express card. And I always thought that was a little bit strange. Now, granted, I mean, Costco used to be just for, business owners and all that before it, but once they allowed the general public in, I didn't think that the general public would be typically, I didn't have an Amex card. I didn't see, I had no use for it. Oh, okay. William, in terms of the visa, okay. What we need the memers to get a hold of this one, the SEV. We need the memers to do it. What is my cutoff? I don't understand what you mean. Cutoff and holding for stocks you are adding to the simulator. I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, how long can you hold a stock if you're practicing swing trading? Well, if you're talking about the one you talked about, I mean, there's no cutoff. I could keep this in forever if I wanted. I mean, I'm just letting these things either get stopped out. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, we've had two stop outs. So at this point, I could take a couple more. I think I have 4 total. So 2 have been stopped out, still in 2 that have not, but none of them have really. So here we go. So, at one point, I mean, again, we're only talking about pennies on the DraftKings. You guys were giving me things that just didn't really move that much. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to wipe the slate clean. And only I can do it. Okay, somebody said let's try Altry. So what's the stop? 1050, 1024? Okay, let's make it 1025, make it an easy 250 shares. Where is Altry? And what's the spread like? 1024. Well, okay, I can't, I'm a little late now. Okay, so it's at 10, I'd have to take it at 1060. And you want the stop, but you want the stop down here. 1037, 1024 at the low of this candle. The low is 1040. Come on, baby, SEV. Oh my goodness. So this took out, lots of volume came in too. Look at the volume that came in. That was the key, guys. I talk about volume all the time. Look at the volume that came in on that 15 minute. Boom, boom. and it took out the high here. I think that was the high was 32.34. So now it's trying to it's making a new high. Yeah, so I mean, if I took this one right now, we'd have to have a different stop. Yeah, it's starting to get a lagging here for some reason. Let me just do a reset the connection, see if that clears it up. That's the right symbol, right? Maybe it's not. Yeah, it is lottery.com, LTRY. Getting a bit of a lag here, guys. Oh, I'd prefer them to be day trades, okay? Just because it's a little more exciting, a perfect circle. Think about it. No, I understand what you're saying about taking out the commission now that we have E-Trade, commission free. But even keeping the $1 in or whatever it is, I mean that can help account for some slippage too, which is what would happen in the real world. So, but you can make a suggestion, Aja. But how do you take real world with slippage? If you're doing this. But anyway, if you're talking about the simulator, I don't have a major problem leaving that commission in because it can take into account some slippage where you can actually do that. But make the just info at trade-ideas.com. Say, hey, I got E-Trade. I mean, obviously, if you're with your real account, you're not paying any commission. But not everybody has an E-Trade account, okay? So most are going to still, depending on who your broker is, you might have to pay some commission. So we have to have it in there in the simulator because not everybody has a commission-free account. But what you want is the ability to take it out. So I do get that. But don't tell me. Info at trade-ideas.com. Coming from the customers, more powerful than coming from me. Well, then, no answer for that one, Aja. All right, guys, it's 2:32. One last look at my homepage and all before I wrap this room up. All right, clicking on my homepage, this is what you'll see. No, you won't see that, you won't see that, and you won't see that. So let me just... Okay, this is what you'll see. All right, Barry for Alpha is the promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you don't know our program, do not start off with an annual subscription. You can just always start off with a monthly subscription, okay? Standard is 118, 228 for premium. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. But at any time, if you want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 15%. But if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay after that first month, 118 and 228. Again, the massive difference is the AI. I had an interesting day today. You too, Perfect Circle. Okay, on my homepage, 3 free sections. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon, and all the education is here. Mainly about trade ideas, okay? You know, there's a comprehensive user guide, the introductory lessons, daily support in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And also, I should also mention between 3:30 and 4:30. Forget to keep mentioning that. 3:30 to 4:30, Chris opens the room again. And the daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here, Monday to Thursday, but we're on a rotation. So this week it's this week it's Tuesday, Thursday. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all here. And here we go, back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is a great little video series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. And last, but certainly not least, my scans, okay? My layout, a layout, not the layout, but a layout, and also all the different scans that I'm sharing. Moving higher with unusually strong options, and the daily, mainly the breakdown, but I mean the breakout is good too, you want to go long. And these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up, and pre-market actives down. It's amazing how many, not that many I suppose, but people say, hey, how come this didn't show up in my pre-market activity? And I look at mine and it's always there. So use mine, okay? Mine, I can't remember the last time somebody asked me, well, how come it's not showing up? And I look at mine and it's there. So this is what I've been using these for years: gap up and gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down shared. That's what I've been using forever. I'm trying to grow and don't have time for day trading. I want to know what the best settings to. I can't tell you what the best settings. I mean, these are just ideas, okay? Somebody is asking, they want to grow a very small account, but I haven't looked at the account build. I mean, the account builder these are mainly stocks that have been kind of beaten up and can come back, okay? I haven't looked at that in a long time. But I can't really say, well, you should change the settings to this. I mean, that's what, I don't even know. Do we even have this one here? Where's the account builder? Yeah, so I guess that's only available. They took this one out because it wasn't used very much, to be honest. I don't see it here. Am I just not seeing it? Account builder. Do I see account builder? Yeah. That's a question I have a tough time answering because number one, I don't have it here, which means it'll be in here, I guess, the old channel bar. I guess it must be there still. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so Yeah, I do have it, but you see, there's two ways of looking at the channels. One is from the old way, which is this. Problem is, if I click on this right now, I'm going to lose my layout. Okay, that's the issue. So that's why I won't do it. Um, and they took that out because it just wasn't used very much. And why I say that is because here, when I click on the docked channel bar, notice that it's not there anymore. It's not here. But when I click on one of the channels, I don't lose my layout. That's the beauty of the. So I can't really comment on it. You might want to send something to info@trade-ideas.com. Okay, I just can't comment on it. I can't load it. But I do know this is that it was looking for stocks that are probably kind of beaten up that you could, that may have a way to get back. Because, if you're trying to build a small account, well, it's going to be hard to buy Apple and Facebook and all those. So they're probably cheaper stocks that have a chance of maybe, coming back. That's the only comment I can make on it. Well, guys, that was one big Yahoo on the SEV. Holy smokes. Now, what is going to happen going forward? Sorry, Damien. I just, it's a tough one though. I mean, you have a small account. It's not going to be easy. Wow. Yeah, but you can send something to info@trade-ideas.com and maybe they can. I don't think they're going to say, though, if you've got it, I don't think they're going to say, well, you should change the settings to this. I mean, it's sort of designed already. You may want to change a price range or something. I don't know. I'm just sorry I can't open it because I'll lose my layout. Well, guys, I mean, they combined everything in this one with solar and EV. And yes, I took the trade. Okay. I only talked about it. I said constantly that, it gets over that 30 mark. What I don't know what I'm going to do now. I mean, I've taken some out. I don't know what I'm going to do, if I'm going to hold some for that, like a huge push, a second day push. I don't know. And they're going to be launching crypto too. Yes. But I mean, contrast that with the user. I mean, user, who cares? But there are some massive names behind this, and yet with the other one, there's hardly anybody behind it. I think there's a German company and one maybe a US company. Let me just refresh my memory again. But let me just read a little bit more about them. So there it is, the Sono Group. We envision a world without burning fossil fuels. Our mission is solar on every vehicle. Okay, 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 okay. So the Scion is a solar electric vehicle. Very cool, sure. Aha, so they're not going to, doesn't look like they're going to actually. Okay, so they will build their own vehicle, but they're also going to license the technology, the solar tech, the proprietary, as they call it, proprietary solar technology to others. But when I look, I mean, Berenberg, I'm sure they're probably a big German financial institution, and Craig Hallam, I've heard of them. But when you look, there's really it wasn't like it wasn't like J.P. Morgan and Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. So when I saw this, I said, okay, let's see what sort of interest there is. Well, I guess we've been answered. And then, but when you look at user, now this may take out, but look who's behind it. Morgan Stanley, J.P. Morgan. Look at everybody else who's behind it. Okay, but it's just not sexy. Software as a service. Blah, blah, blah. Who cares, right? Really. I mean, I don't mean it like that, but I mean, it's not EV, it's not solar, it's not crypto. That doesn't mean it's not going to have its day at some point, but today just wasn't the day. And look at the volume that poured in. So whatever that guy said on CNBC or wherever he was, he hit all the right notes. Obviously, when I first saw this, it's funny because Sonos. I thought it was Sonos. Wait a minute, they're already public. But anyway, I mean, he obviously hit all the right notes. Look at this, or she. I don't know if it was whoever it was, hit all the right notes because look at the volume increase starting right there. I mean, it opened, had all the excitement at the beginning, and then flat. You guys, I mean, all you guys who want fancy indicators, here's all you need to look at. In my opinion, most of the time, volume is putrid. Stay away. Volume starts to pick up, you might want to get in. I mean, I hate to say it's almost that easy, but it's almost that easy. Once this volume starts drying up, though, let's see this next candle. Oh, I 100% agree, Becca. I mean, listen, our data is not necessarily perfect all the time, okay? But I would say that 99% of the time it's perfect. But I cannot believe that, some people, the emails we get, 3 weeks ago, you had this alert and it only went up 5 cents, and yet your scanner says it went up 6 cents. I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit. And I go, man, oh man, okay, move on. Like, HMTV was halted and now it opened. Okay, HMTV. I'm done, guys. I am done for the day. I'm just waiting to shut down the room. I will entertain questions, of course, before I go. But well, what did we just talk about on the volume? Now, does this happen all the time? Of course not. And what time is it? It's 2:48. So, this still has 12 minutes to close. But, you can kind of see, look at the volume decrease on the 5-minute chart. Okay, so the enthusiasm has kind of gone out for a while. Doesn't mean forever. The one that is really taking a beating today is Riven, RIVN. I mean, Lucid's kind of hanging in there. It's down, but this one, I mean, remember, this got up to what, 181 yesterday, or 180 or so. That's a $40 drop. And it's not like there's bad news or anything like that, but you know what? Stock goes from 96 to 180 in what, 4 days? You're going to get some profit taking. Doesn't mean there's, all of a sudden got hit with bad news. There's no news. This will be really interesting to see the action after hours with this one, and especially if those something's lagging here. Just getting some lag. There we go. Especially if the WSBers get a hold of this one. Yeah, let's put an alert way up here at the high, 34.97-ish or so. Okay, so what they've done, I know, I'm sure Zach or somebody, excuse me, posted the news on it. So I guess they were going to do a financing, and now they've canceled it. Nobody likes the financing typically, so I don't know if they announced it yesterday. If they did, if this was announced yesterday, they were doing a financing, and then today they're canceling it. Man, think about that, guys. When did they announce their financing? Does anybody know? Was it yesterday? See if I can see that. Oh, you want to talk about manipulation? So this is the news yesterday, guys. So it's a $6 million share offering. Typically, nobody likes to be in a company that's doing an offering because it dilutes your position. So it got hammered down. Okay, so all these people who may have had stock up in this area and then they all sold. Some poor guy sold down at 827, and then today they conveniently say, you know what? Maybe we won't do a financing. Wow. I mean, that is. I mean, you know what? If the SEC is going to look at stuff, I mean, that's the sort of stuff I'd be looking at. Manipulate, to get everybody to sell and then buy it lower and then say, you know what, we're not going to do it anymore. I mean, that is just. I mean, sometimes, they may announce a financing and then maybe a week later even. Give it a week, but not the next day. What happened overnight? Guy woke up in a cold sweat and said, I can't do it. I mean, that's really bad, guy. I'm not sure I've seen that before. Not a financing and then the next day, now we won't do it. I don't think I've seen that before. That's the one where I want to start to see all these class action lawyers, in the headlines. If you sold your stock because they announced a financing, and then the next, contact us at willgetem.com. Oh yeah, Becca, I'm sure. Yes, yes. Yeah, so the SEV is right back. It is right back. It had that big bottoming tail. Enthusiasm kind of waned a bit, but look, yeah, it is right back now. SABS. So this was an IPO last week, I guess, right? Or was this a SPAC? No, it was not a SPAC. Okay, so this is an IPO. It's a real cheap one. DLO. Did it continue down, or is this a bounce? Yeah, I've got some lag going on here, guys. You can just see right now. I don't know why. Still going down. Can't wait for tomorrow. See what ones we're going to. Hopefully, I'll find another one like the. Well, we had three great ones this morning: SRNE and the IQ and the NNOX to start off the day. Yeah, that one I don't know. I mean, that's a be an interesting one to see what happens tomorrow. I mean, you can look at the daily chart and think that might hold it, but this is way too emotional. This one is really. I'm going to be really interested in this one tomorrow to see what it does. EYPT. This is shortable for me too at Interactive Brokers. So I want to see if this has continuation. I mean, here's a company that did a financing, announced the financing, and yet look what happened. I mean, the financing was announced this morning or I guess this morning, 1375. And this is not typical. So there must be some other. I want to see if there's any other news on this one that could account for why it would have such a fabulous rebound off the financing. All right, guys. Last chance for some more questions. Otherwise, I'm going to shut the room down. All right, guys. I don't see any questions, so I think I'll shut the room down now. So again, thanks a lot for all the help. Another awesome day. And I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then.